Can you hear me?
We can.
Good.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:31 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC website along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. The portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please tell us where you are attending remotely from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved. Second.
Who was that on the first one? I didn't catch it.
Commissioner Witches.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All in favor. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion to adopt the meeting agenda? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on this motion that has been seconded. All in favor of approving the meeting agenda, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the motion carries. Okay, so just for the public record, so that the public is aware, typically we would go into public comment at this time. However, our public comment today, according to our agenda, is going to be at 1 o'clock. So I just wanted to mention that just so there's no confusion among the public who might be watching right now. So because we are going to be going right to our unfinished business, we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday with our unfinished business item, completing the mapping of the the state house districts in the Metro Detroit area. We left off with Commissioner Curry. So Commissioner Curry, it will be your turn to direct our map drawers. And then from the EDS side, who is assisting with mapping this morning?
Looks like it's going to be Kent.
Okay,
today.
so Mr. Segal will be doing the mapping. So Juanita, feel free to address him. And then because I am not in the room, I would ask my vice chair, MC Rothhorn, to facilitate the discussion of people while we are mapping. Thank you very much, MC.
You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning, Juanita.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, I was thinking about going up north to the Flint area. What do you commissioners think about that?
That's a great idea. We do have Bruce Adelson with us as well, if you want
Okay,
advice.
okay.
Okay, Juanita, I am ready to, I'm at your command.
Okay, can we look at the, excuse me, the Flint area, please?
Flint is right here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now this is for the, what, Senate? What is this for today? So we need
Why is it
91.
moved?
Okay. Let's, how many, what is the population for Flint?
81,252.
Okay,
And the
we need,
cursor is moving like many seconds behind me.
yeah, I see. Okay. So if I did the Flint area, and what is that? Flint to the west of us too? That's Flint over there to the left of the cursor?
It looks
That's
like
Flint Township as
Okay.
opposed to city of Flint. I have highlighted the city, but you can't really see it.
I can see it well. Mhm.
Okay. There
Okay.
it goes.
So do you guys think that we should keep the township and Flint together? Seeming that it would make up about just about
it's a good
the,
question, Juanita.
The Flint Township is still about 10,000 people short of the target deviation, target
Right.
number.
And Juanita, I heard you ask the question, do you think we should keep it together? And I think Commissioner Clark has a comment. Would you like to take that now?
yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion is you've got too much population to combine the two. I would
Okay.
recommend taking a look at the Black population in Flint and Flint Township and seeing if
Okay.
you want to break it into two districts or one.
Okay, let's look at it, Ken. Can you put those little dots out?
I have, but I don't see them on the screen yet. On the video feed, I have them on my computer.
Okay,
Juanita, is it okay
There
if we
it
take
is.
one more, if we take one more comment, or do you want to keep mapping and take the comments later?
we
How
can
would you
take
like
one
to
more
proceed?
comment. We can take another comment
Okay,
while he's
Commissioner
waiting
Eid
on
has a
that.
comment.
Come on, Anthony.
Good morning, Commissioner Curry. It's nice to
Good-
see you on the screen, and you have a lot of courage going right to Flint instead of in the suburbs. So good job.
Am I jumping off
for
into dangerous waters?
No, I think you're jumping exactly where we need to jump.
Okay,
I just for the Senate map, we talked about a north-south split for
Mhm.
Flint. So if that helps, that might be something
yeah,
to keep in mind for this.
okay. And you were thinking if we split it, what would we split, the township or just the Flint city?
I think we went along the Flint River, and that probably would be appropriate here as well. We'd have to check the population, but I think it runs against, I think the river goes both into the city and the township.
Okay. Kent, you still haven't got your little dots up yet?
The one big Flint dot is up. Now, if I go to voting precincts, we can see more.
Okay. Can we do that, please?
I think that's really what we need, I believe.
Yeah,
So when it comes up eventually, you're going to have the dots and there's a number in each dot, and that's the Black population of that precinct.
okay.
I'm looking at it on my screen, have been for a minute, but
Mhm.
there's a significant lag in it being distributed across
Okay. Now, is this the Black African American dots?
Yes, ma'am.
Or-
When it,
Okay. Okay. Can I also see the, no, it's look like it's.
just a minute. Excuse me, Commissioner Curry.
Okay.
I just had a message pop up that said the internet connection is unstable. Oh, there it is. Now it's up.
Okay.
It takes, looks like a minute, minute and a half. So this, we have to be patient. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay. That looks nicely spread out. Can we see the non-Hispanic Black? No, the Hispanic population too? If there are any, it may not
We have a
even
hard
be
time.
any.
We have a hard time seeing them both at the same time, but I'm going to move out a little bit so you can see the bigger distribution of the Flint area. There again,
Okay.
it's going to take a minute. I'm looking at a video screen on the wall, so I can see when it updates for what you're seeing.
Okay. And I imagine Flint is it more Black African populated than probably any other race? Or do we
If
have,
it,
If it's
if it
the-
helps, Juanita,
yeah,
so I can actually see the numbers on my screen.
okay,
Because I'm not dealing with the internet challenges. So the total population of the city of Flint is 81,252. The
Okay.
African American population is 45,711. So more than 50%.
okay,
If that helps.
okay,
And
that
then-
did help.
Flint, I think it's Flint Township to the
Mhm.
west there is 31,447 people. Out of that, 9,800 are African American. So about a third of that township is African American.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay. Now, Anthony, you said if we should split it, or you all were talking about splitting Flint. Where would we split it at?
I think he was suggesting the river, Juanita, and I'm not sure if that's the Flint River.
You know, I've been to Flint so many times, but I don't remember a
That's
river
the-
here.
I see
That's the
Rebecca.
Flint River right here where my cursor is for those that can see it.
A
Chair
little
Zatella,
squiggly
did you
line.
want to speak?
Nope, I was just following the diagonal with my hand.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Doug, you guys jump in because I want to do it where everybody's kind of pleased with my decisions.
Yeah, I mean, I would recommend splitting it. I think you get a better balance between the black and the white populations.
Okay,
Commissioner Lang, I see your hand. Did you want to speak?
Rhonda,
Juanita, if I can make a recommendation too, I would have them kind of scan out and look at Saginaw also, because there's been comments of community of interest about joining Saginaw
it is.
and Flint, and Saginaw also, I believe, has quite a significant amount of African Americans. So maybe if there's a
They
way
do.
to split where it could help
You're
each
right.
other out.
Thank you, Rhonda, because you're so true. I'm very familiar with these areas, but not familiar with all the different races that are there. Let's try splitting it. Let's look at Saginaw too with that.
We just have to be patient. And I see Chair Zatella has her hand.
It's a
Okay.
long ways between Flint and Saginaw as far as trying to join any kind of population in the,
That's what I was
Oh.
just gonna
Oh,
say.
okay.
I think it's too far away for a house district.
Okay,
But if you look at, like, if you look around the Flint area, we have those 4 townships.
yeah,
Like
we
those
got,
4 townships plus Flint are just about enough people to make 2 districts. So it's just how you want to split it.
okay, I'm trying to
and
see
then-
the townships. I don't
Yeah,
see
if
the
you,
townships.
yeah, see the 4 townships around, and I would say there seems to be a pretty significant west-east imbalance in population between African Americans and non-African Americans. So it seems like the west side has more African Americans, the east side has less. So maybe a north-south split would balance those populations rather than trying to follow the river.
Let's see the north-south split, Ken. I can barely see these little
Mr.
names
Segal
on
to
here.
actually do it.
Thank you.
So
So my map disappeared, Ken.
I can't see it either, Juanita. I think it just closed and they're
Okay.
rebooting.
Okay. Alrighty. So Burton
Commissioner-
is, okay. Who is that?
go ahead, Commissioner Curry. Help us know your thoughts.
I was just thinking, Burton is one of the little 4 towns outside of Flint. Is that so?
It is Burton, Grand Blanc,
Yeah.
Swartz Creek is
What-
really associated
Holly-
with that. That's in the southwest part. And that was Swartz Creek, and then Flushing, which is in the northwest
Okay.
part, are
Okay.
all really associated, very closely associated with
Yeah.
Flint.
Okay. Gotcha. Alrighty.
And if I may, Juanita, what I think the key may be is to understand how to divide Flint, right, the city itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so the suggestion has been made along the Flint River.
Okay.
I don't know if there's other commissioners who have another suggestion, or if there's been public comment or anything that has helped us understand a different, like northwest or east-west, kind of north-south, east-west split. Any commissioners have any thoughts on
How to split
Commissioner
it?
Eden? Yeah, Commissioner Eden.
That north-south split was the split that was told to us on our public comment tool submitted as a COI. So I think that's where we got it from when we did
Yeah.
the Senate map.
Excellent.
know-
And so sorry, Commissioner Curry, what I'm trying to do is help you pinpoint where that north-south or what to use, right? Because if the Flint River is used, right, that's also sort of a north-south split. It's very wavy, right? Is Commissioner E, was there a comment that said use this road or use this, right? What is the dividing line? Is there a dividing line like Woodward in Detroit, right? Is a significant east-west split.
I'm trying to think.
So the comment I'm looking at is C1916 on our public comment tool. And it kind of is both the river and I-69. So those, if that's useful, it's like, one district is above the highway and the river and the other is below, and includes like.
Can we do that, Ken?
Commissioner Curry, were you able to hear that?
Yes. Let's see what it looks like if we attempt to do that.
So shall I essentially select the precinct south of the river in the area of my cursor? Is that where we're starting?
Yeah. And I'm trying to think, now what's south? Because I can't see my words on here.
Yes, where his cursor is moving in south of the river.
Okay.
And I believe, Kent, as 69, that Cloverleaf interchange, you're going to stay south of 69 then as the river sort of flows further north.
Well, just to be clear, so I can highlight this area right here, and that will be in District 26 or 27. Is that the plan? I'm going to highlight an area and somebody tell me yes
Yeah.
or no.
Okay. Highlight it for me.
That is a couple of precincts, or do we want to start more over here?
I think we should start more in the middle. What you all think?
That actually crosses, the University of Michigan Flint crosses the river, so we can cut that out with census blocks. So.
And I
Okay.
would offer that because, so Kent, if you stay there in that one, that's 27, yeah. And I would offer that is the, let's say begins the northern section.
Oh.
And south of that where you just connected is the southern section. And as we head west, where Juanita was pointing earlier, I think we're going to stay in the south and try to stay south of the river.
Okay, that sounds great.
So,
And what, so we're
Stay
near
south.
Grand Blanc
Stay-
and I can't see my little letters. They're so tiny. I can't see them. So I'm seeking your help, you guys, because I can't read these little letters.
So is that the beginning of District 27, Commissioner Curry? I don't know if you can see it. I'm sorry. This is Flint Hill Golf Club right here where my cursor is.
Okay,
And that's Interstate or Highway 69 on the
Okay.
north side.
okay. So this
Sign
is, okay.
So
keep
Commissioner
talking,
Curry-
Ken. Yes, MC.
What I think you've got here is what Kent has highlighted is beginning of a southern Flint district.
Okay,
And I
So
think he's
we-
just waiting for your direction to sort of say, yes, make that the district number 27, for example. You can say that
Yes.
so that he
Okay.
can,
okay. How many, what is the population for that?
That little area right there is just 5,000 people.
Oh, wow. Okay. Then we need, you can make that 26, but we're gonna have to fill it up some more.
Oh, absolutely. I was just looking for a starting point so we
Okay.
can start adding to it
Okay.
and grow it.
Okay. Now, do you guys think that the other half would be to the north or to the west?
to the north, but I think you can continue south here, meaning you're at
Yeah,
the
filling it
beginning
up.
southern district, and you're going to head
Okay.
into you're going to head south and into the some of the townships that Doug had
Okay.
talked about, and Rebecca
Yeah.
I think had talked about, Anthony.
Yeah. Okay, let's do Burton.
Do what now? Burton,
Can
I'm
we add
sorry. Yeah.
Burton? Mhm. And,
I'm doing it precinct at a time.
okay,
And I'll just add, and you tell me when I've stepped out of bounds as far as where you want to go.
okay, I do want to try to add Grand Blanc.
Okay.
It's kind of right.
And this is the township of Grand Blanc. I can add that
Mm-hmm.
in, and now we have a connection for the whole district.
Okay,
And it's assigning the area to District 27 now.
mm-hmm,
I'm selecting Grand Blanc, which is
Mhm.
9,000. You still have a long ways to go, but this
a
is
long ways, huh? Okay.
that's the whole township of Grand Blanc and the city of or town of Grand Blanc.
Mm-hmm,
Is that what we want?
yeah. What do you guys think?
I
That
think
too
you're right
much
on
of
one.
Grand- Okay.
Nope, I think you're right on. We do need a lot of population. I just want to
Yeah.
offer that the more that you go in, if you stay in the suburban areas, right, the
Mhm.
most of the population is going to be in the city itself. And so
Okay.
if you go back to that, where let's say the beginning area, and
Mhm.
just make sure that the city itself has sort of a north-south split. I
Okay.
think there's two ideas here, Juanita, right? In the city, to try to figure out where the north-south split is. What we currently have is we have that bend at the very northern part of District 27. Yep, what Kent was just highlighting with his cursor, that
Yeah.
road is the highway.
Okay.
The river, and that's the very southern tip of Flint. So there's still a majority of the Flint area is north of that area. So the bulk of it so there's not much of a north-south. It's really just a tip,
Okay.
a southern tip,
Mhm.
and a large northern portion. So I think what you want to do is just decide if you want to use that 69, or if you want to use the river, which cuts up more into the city itself, but we may be, we may have to adjust it based on, public
Okay,
comment.
yeah. Okay, let's do some of, what is that, Lapeer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This area here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just going to select it and then you give the word and we'll assign it to your district. That is not what we're meant to hit. That crosses over 69 somewhat. Now, I selected all the precincts and there's quite a few. It's only 18,000 people.
Wow.
We can always assign it and then change it or undo it or modify it, however.
Does that okay, Juanita, mean that you want him to assign it?
Yes, please.
Yep, I think he's just waiting for your direction. You have the floor, Juanita, so.
Yeah, it's okay, there it goes.
Okay, good. Okay.
You only need 2,800 more people. Of course, you can still.
Can I move
unassign
to
some
the
of it.
west a little bit, or should I stay right there?
You should move west into the city more. Yep, and
Okay.
you see where the dots are too, right? The African-American
Yeah.
population, right?
Yes.
You don't have many dots. And what that might
Right.
mean is, and I think if you look at the numbers,
It's
the
more rural.
demographics, yep, it's a little bit more rural, right? We've got a
Mhm.
rural district and we've got non-Hispanic white at almost 72% and non-Hispanic black at 17%. So
Okay.
what I think you want to do is try to figure out, can you balance that population, grab more African-American to try to make it more of a balanced population demographic.
So it look like the African American is up there near, what is that? What is that? I can't read this. Lord, where are my glasses at? I can't read.
This is the air. This is Bishop International Airport. This
Right.
is Swartz Creek Golf Course.
Okay.
The river is where my cursor flows. I mean, is where.
Come
my
on, help
cursor-
me out, Rebecca, Chair, please. Any take on that?
Do you want to respond, Chair Zatella?
Yeah, so I just kind of, if you want to stay south of 69, you can. Can you back out a little bit, Kent, so we can see? But yeah, most of your population is in Flint.
Yeah.
So I would just kind of go a little north into Flint, even though you're
Okay.
crossing 69, so that you can
Mhm.
balance that population more.
Okay. Let's, what is that, Swartz Creek?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's the golf,
Okay.
Swartz
Golf
Creek
course,
Golf
yeah.
Course.
Okay. That don't have too many. Can we go across the water? Right up in there, yeah. Let's do the 1774. And right there. 678. Is that 678 or 675?
676.
875. Okay. Now, what's the population now?
That will basically make it pretty close to, perfect to the target number.
Okay. It looks kind of, looks like a ear or something sticking off. I'm not too pleased with it, but once we get the rest of it together, maybe it will look a little bit better. What do you guys think?
There's some significant Black population here and here, which is.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. You're here.
We can always undo it. I mean, I'm just throwing out ideas here.
Yeah,
So
because I don't like those little ears up there.
So let's, I'm just gonna highlight it and then you.
Okay.
And then just, throwing stuff out there in that area, all of that is 11,000.
That's too much though, right?
where you're at, but remember, you can always remove area that has previously been assigned.
Okay.
And Juanita, because you've got those themes of the African American dots, right? I think, and again, we're trying to get a balanced Black and white population.
Yeah.
So the areas, right? I think what Kent was describing, right? If you want to, like Lapeer Heights, for example, there are not a lot of dots in Lapeer Heights.
Right.
So if you remove some of that population, you would get a more African American. And I think that's what he's suggesting is right. You've got an area that has more African American dots. You've got areas that have less, and right now you want to add Black population. So look at the dots and try to take out the places that don't have dots.
Okay, well, Lapeer seemed to not have too many dots around it,
Agreed.
right? Okay, well, let's take some of Lapeer out.
Do we want to assign this area and then unassign that?
Let's unassign Lapeer and let's kind of go this way to the west, northwest.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I was really perfect with those ears sticking out though, right?
So we can always modify these based on. Yeah, this is just, we're nowhere near finished. It's just, making a little change here. So now you need about 9,700 people. That highlighted area is roughly 11,000.
Okay.
So if we assign this, then you can,
I still would need roughly about 97,000, right? 9,000.
Well, if we assign this right here, you'll be maybe a couple of 1,300 high.
Okay, but we still don't have that Black population in there yet, right?
Well,
you guys?
We can assign this and see what happens.
Yep. If you direct him to assign the yellow, then what will happen, Juanita, is we'll see we can't, until you assign it, we can't see how that shifts the demographics.
Okay, let's assign it, Ken.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other things you may consider after you do that and look at the numbers is the southern part of Grand Blanc Township appears to be very heavily non-African American. So that would be one area where you may want to take that out and you end up splitting Grand Blanc Township, but then move further north where you got a bigger African American population, and that'll increase your percentages. Because right now you've only got non-Hispanic Blacks, you've only got 21%. Compared to 66% white. And I think you want to balance that out a little more.
I do want to balance it out. Okay. Okay, let's take some of that Grand Blanc out and go up north some.
So unassign some of this down here?
Yes.
Okay,
we can. Some more, yeah. Okay.
Okay, now you can add in 13,000 more people if you so choose. And this precinct right here is 16% Black.
Okay. And we really need what percentage?
That's a great question, Juanita. So let's look at what we're looking at right now. So we're in District 27. And if you look at that active matrix, that spreadsheet below, on the far right, Kent just highlighted it. That box right there, it says non-Hispanic Black, that's the voting age population, and we're at 22%. And according to Lisa Hanley's descriptions, we want to get above 40. We want to be around 40, maybe even 50 in order to have an opportunity to elect, and Flint deserves that.
Okay. Let's go up north a little bit, where all those dots are. Okay,
Yes,
And
ma'am. This
let's-
blue line is Flint proper, and this is the river.
okay.
So I heard people talking about the river being the north-south cut.
Okay,
So,
Ken, can you raise your mic just a little bit so we hear you better? Thank you.
oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So, I mean, you still have quite a bit of population between the river and crossing the river.
okay, let's do towards the river. Can't see these little letters, these little words, but okay, let's go to the north. What is that, Marcan or, oh, I can't even read those little letters.
I think Ken's going to highlight some of the areas in yellow, and then you tell him if that's what you want.
I kind of wanted it up a little bit towards the north.
Okay.
And that's where I'm heading. I'm just kind of making a
Okay.
smooth line across here,
Yeah.
roughly.
Okay.
This is the river right here. And I heard, y'all
Okay.
talking about river. So let's just throw that one in there.
Okay,
And basically that right there, that number selected will make it pretty much a target, reach the target number if we assign this area.
Thank you, Mr. Segal. General Counsel? They're conferring a little bit, Juanita. Will be just a minute.
okay, all right. What do that look like to you guys while they're conferring?
General Counsel or Bruce? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. So I wanted to highlight, I know that the commission is looking at the public comment and communities of interest in a variety of data, but I did want to highlight that Dr. Handley's report did draw out Genesee County results and analysis separately. And her analysis, again, this is included in both her included in her September presentation chart. The percentage of Black vote for an opportunity to elect district is actually 35 to 40%. So it is indeed significantly different than some of the other areas in the state. And again, I know that the commission is looking at a variety of data and demographic indicators and comments, but I did want to highlight that Dr. Handley's conclusions for that area were different in Genesee County, and we're specifically talking about Genesee County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Excuse me, Ed, may I?
Please.
Piggyback, thank you. I lived in Flint and I haven't lived there in a while, but I've been back several times. I just wanted to point out illustratively that there is a significant African-American population to the north and the west in the city. And that in many of the southern suburbs, the ring suburbs, the demographics are different. So just as an FYI about that. Also generally, and this doesn't apply to Flint specifically, but I would FYI, often interstate highways historically have been used to divide populations demographically. So I would be circumspect in, as you approach various jurisdictions, to consider using interstates because they have often been the target of various allegations of discrimination. Thank you.
Commissioner Curry, would you like me to assign this highlighted area and go from
Yeah.
there?
yes. I'd like to try to put, you can't see my fingers and who's there? That north, yeah, that area up in there.
Yes, ma'am, I see that.
Mhm.
Now, the number you're at now, you've reached right at the target number as far as population. So
Okay.
to impact the percentages of one race or another, you would need to remove some areas and then add other areas.
Okay,
So if you remove, let's say, 8,000
okay, you're at the right
in one area,
place.
you could
Okay,
add 8,000 in another area.
okay. Let's remove some to the south. What is that, the east? Yeah, right where you
Yeah,
are.
this is the eastern side.
Yeah, let's take some off there. I can't read the little letters.
You're doing great, Juanita.
I'll
Thanks, MC.
unassign it. If you want to put it back, we'll put it back.
Oh, I don't like how that look. What is that? E Bristol Road?
So now you could, and we can unassign more, but now you can add in 8,000 people.
Okay, let's go up north and add some people in there. This looks real crazy though to me. It looks really
Well,
rigid.
Now this is the river, so you could still stay south of the river and pick up a minority population, a majority minority population.
But if I went more to the north up,
Okay.
is that too much?
Well, we'll just do it and see what happens.
Okay.
Or I'll select the area. We'll select.
Okay. If we can
Right.
get 12, 19, I don't know what that number is.
And that's 8,600. So we can
Okay.
assign that and you won't be you'll be very close to the target number.
Okay.
Assign that.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Now, commissioners, what you guys think about that?
I think what we're going to do, Juanita, is wait to see how that impacts the demographics, so the non-Hispanic Black voting age population.
Okay.
And it looks like it's about 28% for non-Hispanic Black, and it's about 61% non-Hispanic white.
Okay.
Commissioner Lang, and then Commissioner Clark.
Okay.
This is probably a little off topic. Well, it's on topic because it's describing Flint, but there was also public submission on our Flint hearing that talked about an Arab community of interest. Does anybody know exactly where in Flint that was? So we can kind of try and not separate it.
Yeah, I remember them saying something, but I can't quite remember where it was, Rhonda.
Okay.
Will showing the Asian thematic map help identify that area?
Yeah, it would probably.
If
Yes.
it's Arab American, I don't know if it would it?
No.
Excuse me, I agree with Commissioner Lang. I don't think that the Asian tab is going to highlight the Arab American population.
Well, Bruce, where do you think it is? Because you said you used to live there.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner Curry. In my time living there and in my subsequent visits, I don't recall a large Arab American population, and I really I'm not familiar with where the existing population might be.
Oh, okay. I don't recall any at all either, and I've kind of ventured to Flint quite a bit.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes.
There is, because of the COI, or maybe Commissioner Eid was talking about there was a public comment and you named it, Commissioner Eid. Was it a COI or was that a written? So what you can do is, right, we do have some data from a COI that talked about the river. And I think, trying to follow that COI may be respectful of that community's wishes, or at least that one person's version of a COI. Okay. And it may be worth trying to follow the river and capture, and we're not just staying in the city, but we do want to try to raise the Black voting population in order to balance it out. And using the COI may be really useful at this point. I think Commissioner Clark had a question or a comment, and then Commissioner Eid also has something. Can we take it now? Is that okay?
Sure.
Commissioner Curry?
Sure. Okay. Of course.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes.
One thing I think we should keep in mind is that if we keep moving further north, we may
tied in.
reduce the African American population for the next district, because we know we're going to get a couple districts out of Flint. The way we're
Okay.
going. So
Mhm.
I would keep that in mind so that we have enough African-American population when we get
Okay.
to the next district.
Okay,
There's still a couple precincts, it looks like, that have very small numbers of African-Americans down to in the Grand Blanc area that you may consider
okay,
eliminating to help you with your percentage. Our percentage is still below 30.
okay.
We
Where's,
want to get up
where's,
to at least 35 to 40, yeah.
okay, can you do that, Kent? Remove some in Grand Blanc? Is it the removal or, yeah, the removal of some in Grand Blanc?
If we understand this area, we're removing 5,700, still holding on to most of Grand Blanc. So you want me to understand those and see what we have?
Is that what you're saying, Doug?
It is. That's part of what I was saying. The other part is don't use a significant amount of your African-American population in Flint because you got another district coming up. We don't want
Okay.
the same problem with that one.
Okay,
Now you can pick up roughly 5,000 people. And this is still south of the river, this area here. And this precinct alone is 80% African-American with 1,900 out of 2,400 people.
mm-hmm. But we don't, but we don't need more African-American in this venture here, do we? In 27?
We
We
do.
do?
Yep. Yep. So Kent, could you highlight that, that 29.5% in the Asian, in the active matrix?
Yes.
The non-Hispanic Black. So we're in District 27. And you see that, Juanita?
Yeah.
That percentage there is what we're trying to raise. And every time you add or subtract, that's what we're watching. And we're
Okay,
looking at, right? I think what Mr. Adelson and General Counsel were offering is that we can get to 40%. We don't need to get to 50% because Genesee is a unique county in that we have some information that's specific, and we're not quite to 40%. So we want to
Right.
increase African-American population. I think what Mr. Segal was offering is that there is a large population there of African-Americans that may work. And it looks like, to me, it's just south of the river. So it may
Okay.
also allow that you to
let's
stay
try that, Kent.
close to the COI. Okay.
Mhm.
And you still have a fairly measurable population even adjoining through here. So
Okay.
if you so choose, you could
Mhm.
remove lesser performing precincts,
Mhm.
add in some in here, and you could end up where you need to be while still leaving a significant number north of the river
Okay.
area for maybe another district.
Okay, let's take 27. Let's put 27. Where'd it go?
Right there.
Yeah, let's put that in. I don't like all these ridges, but okay, and what about if we add 30, what is that? 30, what is that?
It's 3,000.
Okay, let's add that.
So now you're up over 31% non-Hispanic Black, and we need to remove 7,000 people.
Okay, then
So
let's
to
go back
achieve-
down here.
Right. That's and see if we can do this
Yeah,
without destroying the integrity.
okay.
Maybe one of the commissioners can help you.
Commissioner Curry, do you want some suggestions here on where to
Yes,
take off? Or?
I welcome all suggestions. Yes.
Okay. I remember earlier you had said you really wanted to include Grand Blanc in this.
Well,
Are you sure about that?
not necessarily, but I know it's right before you get to Flint somewhat. Not right before, but it's one of the first places I see when I'm headed that way.
And there are some African-American dots, so it's not wrong to keep it in there, but that's the question is if you feel strongly about keeping Grand Blanc in, now's the time to decide, or if you're not feeling strong, it seems like it's the southernmost portion and it would be easiest to remove.
Let's take some of the southernmost portion off.
So I think what Kent has is he's highlighted the southernmost portion.
Okay.
But he's
chip away at it. I don't like this. This is grown. I don't know what this is. So I'm going to click on this and see what happens. That is part of Grand Blanc. We can unassign that. So right there, you can drop 10,000 people.
Okay.
And you could continue doing this, but we could do that for now and see the impact.
Let's do it for now. Rebecca, Chair, you're looking like, what is she doing?
Go ahead, Chair Satella.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it would be helpful if once he takes off what you asked him to, I'd like to like back out so we can
Okay,
see.
yeah, can you back it
Where we're
out
at.
so we can see?
So your District 27 still needs a few thousand people, and there are some more minority represented precincts that you could add in, maybe here, maybe there, maybe, without going deep into northern.
Yeah, I honestly think this looks pretty good. I would just grab, it's just to add how much are you under 3,000? Like you've got that
Let's do that. Yeah,
13,
let's do that.
1301 right below. That's part of that township. I would just grab that and put it in. That's going to bring you closer.
And that one.
And maybe the 19 and and then see what that does to the demographics. Does it distort it?
That'll bring it down slightly.
Slightly, okay.
That'll bring it up. That'll bring it up slightly. So if you added in both of those, you stay pretty close to where you're at. Relatively.
Okay, add both
What
of
about-
those in. Oh,
I was just
Okay.
gonna say, what about then up in the city of Flint, that 1998? That would add quite a bit. So into the city boundary.
see one. Oh,
So
I see
you-
199.
Not that
That'll-
one.
Right there. Kind of
Okay.
over in that dip. Yeah,
Yes, that. Yeah, 83%. That would add quite a bit.
We can do that. You still have this precinct as well that kind of curves around under it. All of
What-
these are south of the river and would relatively, whatever you'd like to do, add this in.
What's the percentage on that 3472? Because that's about what she's under. 41, so not as
That
much.
would impact it upwardly.
so what you think? Which one should I take? The 3472 or the 1998?
I would take the 1998 because you're trying to bump up that number a little bit.
Okay,
And
let's do that.
possibly,
Ken.
yeah, possibly the 11449 next to it, depending on what the balance there is.
Okay,
Because they're contiguous to what you're doing. So, yep, that right there. Yeah, and that brought you up to 34%.
1%, brought it up 1%.
Yeah, just that one district. So what's the 1149 right next to it? What's the percentage there? 84. Yeah, I would put that in too, and you should be at 35%, which is pretty good.
How does that look at you guys? MC, Doug?
I mean, I think I agree with Chair Zatella, and I think we did get counsel that we need to be around 40% from General Counsel and from Mr. Adelson. I think we did get some, and I'm seeing some nodding heads, that we do want to increase our area because the Genesee area, Flint specifically, was evaluated with a percentage that needed to be higher. So I think what you may want to do at this point, Juanita, is just, keep looking at the black dots like you and Chair Zatella have been doing, right? And just, I think, adding more black dots and the adding the population you need. I
If we
think trying to
took-
respect that river boundary if you can.
Okay, this 3472, is that respecting river boundary? If we did the 3472 with that, would that bring
I
us
think
to
Chair
that?
Zatella may
Could
have,
I just have a question. Are we aiming
May I
between?
suggest removing?
go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Chair
just have-
Zatella.
Yeah, I just have a question. Are we aiming between 30 and 40%? Or are we trying to get to, could we repeat what the numbers we're looking for?
I think what we're in danger here because we're trying not to actually go to a percentage, right? We're trying to use communities of interest as much as
Right.
possible to get to the ideal population and a balanced population, but we are trying to respect what the communities have given us as much as possible. We're not necessarily going for a number, but there was analysis that minimum 40%, right? And right, that's different than what we've had in the past. What that minimum has changed. It's just that we're not going for a percentage. That's not our goal here. We do want a more balanced population and a minimum African-American demographic, a minimum of 40%, again, using what the communities have given us, which is a community of interest. And I think that's where Anthony helped us with that river boundary and trying to respect that boundary as much as possible while recognizing that the Black population has to be at a minimum. There's a minimum percentage, which is closer to 40.
So if we add
Yeah,
the 3472, that wouldn't bring it up some?
Good question, Juanita. Mr. Stegall has a comment.
Okay,
I might suggest that we create a District 28 in the northern half of Flint, just to see about what you have as you add and remove area from one district to the other district, rather than focusing on, basically we're focusing on a single district in the middle of an ocean of unassigned area. So if we did 28, let's say just roughly up in here somewhere, you kind of see both sides of the coin at the same time.
okay. Let's try that then, see what it looks like.
So I'll just draw a 28 encompassing this area and then just go from there with
Okay,
your 27.
okay.
If that makes sense, just for, not.
Does that
trying
make
to-
sense to you guys?
So if we made that 28 right now, and we'll even go over
Mhm.
here.
Mhm.
You're getting some nodding heads, Juanita. Yes. So I
and
think
that-
the answer to your question is yes.
And
And
Keep
we could
going,
make that a
Ken.
28 and see what it looks like.
It looks good to
It's
me.
just a holding block. You can understand that. We'll even do
Yeah.
that now.
Yeah,
We'll remove that.
okay.
And okay, we'll just leave it something. I'll add more to it. And we'll just make that 28. Is everybody
Okay.
okay with that? And you can just
Yeah.
see what that area holds.
I think so. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, good. I see thumbs up.
So 28 is 48% non-Hispanic. You still need to add,
Some-
23 to it. So if you added that area up there, that 48% would come down. But that's roughly what y'all were talking about a north and a south district.
Okay. MC Doug. Don't go quiet now. If let's add
No,
that.
we're okay.
Okay, let's add that.
You could even add more to 28. So
I didn't know I was getting off into something like this when I chose.
You're doing
Flint.
great. You're doing great, Juanita. This is what we need. Thank you.
well, District 27 is at the quote target ideal district number.
Okay,
So, if you add some, you can add to it, but you might consider then taking some away to get where you want to go.
no, we'll leave it like that for now. Do we need to work on 28? What is that, 28 up there?
Juanita,
Yes.
you're asking some great questions. I see Commissioner Orton's hand,
Mhm.
and I want to, just give her the floor for a minute.
Yes,
So-
please.
Thanks, Juanita. Since
Mhm.
what Kent has temporarily put in District 28, it looks to me like the voting age non-Hispanic Black population is 48%, which is higher than we need. But the one we're working on, 27, is lower than we need. So if we just go up
Oh.
maybe in the middle where
Okay.
the population
Yeah.
is higher, we can look at some of those dots and choose
Yeah.
precincts that have a high percentage
Yeah,
and
that's-
move them down.
Let's do 3472.
Okay, I'd like to remind everyone, though, you still have 23,000 to put into 28. So looking at the dots, if you go outside of here, it is going to decrease that percentage.
Right.
I didn't see that. I thought that they were both at about population.
Something to consider is just, get this district closer and then, work between the boundary between 27 and 28 to balance it, whichever, how you want to do it.
Okay.
Juanita, we have one more tool that I think we might want to, right? I think many of us, we've only referenced one community of interest, and there have been other submissions from Flint, and I've got like a list of 4 here, and I'm wondering, Kent, what I'm thinking, Juanita, is we might just see if we can pull up that overlay.
Okay.
And help us see how can we respect the different
That'd be
people's.
good.
Okay. And Kent, so if you're able to pull these up, some of that, so the earliest one that I have is from July 30th, and I do have the C. What I don't have, unfortunately, is I have the community of interest ID. So there's C1916.
Let me bring it up here and we'll find it.
Great. So that's the earliest one, and then the other ones are closer in September.
Okay. So it is C
1916.
1916.
Yep. And this is the one that Anthony referenced earlier that was about the river. Yeah.
It's a large area.
Okay. Wow.
It'll light up. It'll come up here in just a moment. It's that larger red line. So it's essentially, just looking at it, it goes, it's the vast, all of Flint and most of the surrounding Flint Township all the way around it.
Yeah, but that's going to be yeah. I don't know if we can. Okay, let's try a couple other ones.
Okay.
C4973. These are from September.
I don't have that.
Yeah, it may be that it's, yeah, I was worried about that if they were in September that we might not have them. Okay, what about, this is the earliest in September, C4039.
40. Not found either. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I can look at some of the other, see if I have a newer COI, but I think that's 9/13/21. So I think that's the latest I have, September 13th.
From September 13th. Okay. So yeah. So I'm not sure that this one's going to help us very much. And you've gotten some good feedback from commissioners here who think that it's reasonable. What we've got, what you've drawn, I think is these 2 districts helps us. Where do you want to go, Juanita? So the floor is back to you.
I kind of thought that we go into what District 28, is that what it is that we've made? Above
the green
27?
one is 28 and yeah,
Okay.
the green one's 28 and the brown one's 27. Commissioner Clark has a comment.
Yes.
Yeah, I would almost ask Kent to get District 28 almost fully populated. And that way you can see the impact when you take things from 28 and put them into 27 and vice versa. I still think we have room, a little room in 27 to add. Because we're only down 329 people. But I would want to see 28 as a model of what it might be, not that it's going to be that, and because it's going to be largely white population. And so that 48.17% you've got in 28 now is going to be significantly reduced. I'm expecting it to be between 35 and 40%, but we don't know until we take a look at it.
Nothing, we can assign anything and unassign anything. Nothing's cast in stone.
Well, let's take a look at what Doug just said.
So y'all tell me,
Yeah, so I
assign
would go to the west as well, Flushing.
well, there's some,
Yeah,
so
that Mount
throw that in
Morris-
there, y'all think?
Mount
I mean,
Morris is-
Yeah, yeah,
Heads up, I hit you.
yeah.
I got a thumbs up. It's
Just a reminder to commissioners and consultants not to speak over each other. It makes things very difficult for our interpreters. Thank you.
apologies. Where do the commissioners want to go from here?
What about Summer Genesee?
If you take a look at the community of interest thing we just had up, it flowed to the west and not to the east.
Okay,
So I would tend to go to Flushing. Yeah, see how that flows to the west.
yeah, Flushing would
That's-
be good.
That's what I would look at. Yeah.
So that's all of Flushing, and that'll be pretty close to the target number. So if we assign that, you can look at your percentages and actually kind of get a base for how to fit these two districts together.
Yeah. And that looks kind of okay. What you guys think?
Yes, it's worth trying. Thank you for directing us, Juanita.
Okay,
So technically, both those districts are with less than 1% away from being ideal.
Okay.
And one district is 34.73 and one is 37.42. Now, there is, some represented dots. They're not big numbers, so they're not going to have big influences.
yeah,
But you could include them, like this is, I believe, no, Flint's up in here, isn't it?
yeah,
So this is part of this greater township
yeah. Why don't you add that?
to 27.
Yeah. Because it'll keep it from looking so jagged.
And it doesn't have a huge effect on your numbers.
Right.
You're
Commissioner Clark
still
has a
at
thought.
34.5% non-Hispanic Black alone.
Yeah, the thought I had was take a look at the voting population on 27 and 28. And what we've seen by doing this is 28 has been reduced. The non-Hispanic Black has been reduced by 10%. And now it's between the 35 and 40% range. But if you move people from 28, Black population from 28 into 27, it's going to reduce 1% and add to another percent.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure how beneficial it is going to be to move any significant amount, seeing that.
Right. And it may be worth pausing here because reason we're talking about balanced populations because we want an opportunity to elect district and we want to talk about people being able to elect the representatives that they choose. So I wonder if what I'm thinking about this, Juanita, is I'm wondering if you feel good enough right here to just sort of get an analysis because like Doug was saying, we may want to switch some places but it's going to affect it. And so maybe we want an analysis because we have Mr. Adelson here. What do you think?
Yes, I would welcome an analysis.
Okay. They're conferring and I think they'll be ready in just a minute.
Okay.
Mr. Adelson, would you be willing to help us understand districts 27 and 28, please?
Sure. Well, as General Counsel Petula indicated a few minutes ago, Dr. Hanley's
Can you talk more into your mic? More into the mic?
I'm sorry. Dr. Hanley's analysis comes in Genesee County for ability to elect based on a racially polarized voting study, 35% to 40%. And that's what she and I had discussed with everyone at the Ann Arbor meeting. So that I think is the area, the general range that we're looking at. So that and moving past the population, as you can see in the city of Flint, downtown, north and west, that's where the majority of the Black population is concentrated. Keep in mind that please don't put any weight on the overall minority population, because we have no data or analysis about how different groups vote together, whether they're cohesive or not. We just don't know that. So my recommendation is that we look to fit within Dr. Handley's analysis and to preserve the ability to elect. And I certainly agree, and General Counsel and I have been talking about the communities of interest, and we certainly concur that should be a significant part of the exercise. So right now, the voting age population, and also the percentages that Dr. Handley identified are VAP, their voting age population, not overall population. So the 35 to 40% range is something that I think we would agree is the goal.
Thank you. And so it looks like we're a little bit low on voting age population for non-Hispanic Black in one district.
Commissioner Rothorn.
Yeah.
Just wanted to
Aaron.
indicate that Commissioner Wagner has her hand raised. You can't see it, but she does.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Wagner, please.
Commissioner Curry, I just wanted to let you know, I looked up on Dr. Duchin's report, and in C-1916-2, it references the Arab American community as of 20,000 strong in metropolitan Flint. So I don't know if you want to take a look at that and see if we're cutting it in half or not.
Right. That's a good thought. Yes, we can check that out. Kent, make sure we're not cutting them in half.
I'll see if it's available in this COI. My apologies. Let me get that on there.
Kent, do you need Commissioner Wagner to give you the number again from the cluster?
Yes.
Okay.
It is C-1916-2.
It appears that, that earlier we had C-1916-1, which was everything north of here. So
Right.
I'm guessing the same person drew this because it's the exact same boundary through here.
Yeah.
So we can turn, I don't know if we can't really turn both of them on, but you can see that's.
Mhm.
And I recognize the boundaries that you were essentially, Commissioner Curry, I think you were trying to draw in that
Mhm.
create number
Area.
27 within those
Mhm.
in those areas. And our Black population was too low. And this is a VRA
Yeah.
voting rights district that we have to pay attention to the Black population. And so I'm not sure we'll be able to comply with both the wishes of the Arab American community here and the Black population.
Mhm.
So at this point, I'm wondering, you've led us in this direction. It looks, I think we've gotten feedback
A
that
lot
we
of
should.
insight. Yeah.
A lot of insight, yep. And it looks like we've got, we're a little bit low in District 27 in terms of the percentage of non-Hispanic Black. And we can tweak that later.
Yeah.
We've got 28 is a little bit high and not high enough potentially to be dilutive. So I think if you're willing to let it go here, we might be able to have the Secretary of State give you some questions. Oh, and Commissioner Clark looks like he has a thought too.
Yeah, I think we should tweak it.
I do too.
That it doesn't slip our minds, because it's only going to be like one small precinct or something
Yeah.
to adjust it.
Tweak away.
Let's tweak it. And thank you, guys.
Let's tweak. You want to lead us?
This one precinct or something in here. You got a little one there. It's going to be, you're going to be really splitting hairs to get it from round it 35 and 37%. So really you can only bring one down 1% and bring the other one up maybe 1%. So
Yep, that was the thought where that 774, that may be the right spot, Juanita. That was where Ken's cursor is now. That may be something to try.
Okay.
assign that to
Ken.
27.
Yes.
So this is 0.39% higher. You know, I don't know if we're getting down 0.1%. We can continue on though.
You want to keep tweaking, Juanita?
I wish we could fill in some of this or some of this a little higher, but yeah. What do you think?
I think Commissioner Curry is looking for insights, and I think Bruce Adelson may have some.
Well, what and we may have a thought about trying to pinpoint information about the Arab American population. Kent, can you put up the 2018 gubernatorial election? That was the election that had an Arab American candidate in the Democratic primary.
Yes.
Jeez.
Was it the governor?
Yes, governor 2018 primary.
Yeah, the primary.
Yeah, this is the.
I'm sorry. I was right the first time.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is 27 and 28, and the El Said percentage is on the left. At 27, it's about almost 26%, excuse me, and 28, it's about 20%. You can see that El Said lost the primary to the other two challengers. So that may suggest that unlike in some of the communities, districts we saw in the Detroit area, the Arab American population could be too small to influence the election. They may also not vote cohesively because we're just not seeing the same numbers. As I recall, we saw a 67%, 42%, and I think one or two in the high 30s. So that would be my, excuse me, inference that the Arab American community is much smaller here and they may not vote cohesively. So the election results, unfortunately, are not telling us what we thought they might as far as the location and numerosity of the community.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything Bruce just said. I mean, this Flint isn't like Dearborn or Dearborn Heights, for example, where you have a large concentration of Arab Americans. So honestly, even though that one map that we got is about that community, I think overwhelmingly it's a more African American community. But something we might want to look at is see if there's a primary in this area that had a Black candidate, to see if we can determine if, because the only issue I'm having with this is, let's say I think that it's Flint, it's probably going to vote Democrat in the general election. But as far as the primary election, do those people, Black people in this case, still get the candidate of choice in the primary? Much like the Arab population in Dearborn. So it might be good to see if there was a primary with a Black candidate in this area.
Commissioner Eid, I think that's a great point. And as we've always said, having more data, and I think we talked about this just yesterday, is always better. So to the extent that there are additional primaries elections that could be helpful, I think, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak for you. The General Counsel and I would agree. I know we've discussed this a lot previously. So yes, if there are primary results that we can get that have the candidates that can illustrate these points, I think we absolutely should have them and they should be included.
Yeah, and I'll acknowledge that I see the districts on the left side here. Thank you, Kent, and thank you, EDS, for helping us see it clearly as we're looking at the active matrix that took place overnight. Thank you for making that happen. I'm wondering, because we've got the districts highlighted, do we want to look at it looks like it looks like it's an opportunity to elect district. Is that fair to say? And just make sure that we have that kind of review.
Just looking at what's on the screen, I would agree. We could look at the whole slate. I have to go back to what Dr. Handley analyzed and concluded in early September, that her threshold is the 35 to 40%, which is, I agree with that. So remember, it's really important to realize that I know that these numbers look golden in the sense that they're assured. These are all estimates and are extrapolations. So that's why she and I concur, and I think that's a best practice in the industry to have some leeway when we're in the situation we are, because as I said, they are estimates.
Thank you, Mr. Adelson. We have a thumbs up, Juanita, from Secretary of State. Thank you for drawing our 2 districts in Flint.
Thank you, guys.
And I believe we get it, and you have a thumbs up from several commissioners here too, Commissioner Curry.
Thank you, guys. Thumbs up to you guys.
So MC, we're
yes,
supposed
please.
to be taking we're supposed to be taking.
We lost your audio, Chair Zatella.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So we're supposed to be breaking for recess in 7 minutes. So do we want to get started with Commissioner Eid, or does it make more sense to just sort of recess right now and then come back at 1 o'clock?
It's recess now.
I heard recess.
Yeah,
From Commissioner Curry, but Commissioner Eid has a thought too.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
I mean, it's up to the body. You'd go now, I can go after lunch. Sounds like everyone wants to break, so we can recess now.
All right. Hearing no objections, we will take a recess. All right, not hearing any objections, so it's 11:53 right now. Let's take a recess and we will reconvene at 1 p.m. sharp. Thank you, everybody.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Can everyone hear me?
We can.
Okay, fantastic. All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:02 p.m. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location as well. I'll start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with the public comment on agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comments is number 1. You are now invited to address the commission.
Hello, my name is John Zhang. I have seen the initial maps for redistricting. These maps are a picture of gerrymandering. Look at the map and then read the definition of gerrymandering. They are the same. I know that 2/3 of the redistricting commission is partisan Democrat or partisan Republican. These members favor gerrymandering as long as it meets their objective. The objective is to create districts that their party can win. If accused of gerrymandering, they can say the process was open with input from thousands of residents. They can say you adjusted lines only to consider, quote, communities of interest. You can say you agreed with people who want districts containing only residents that agree with their views. And if they go to different churches, schools, or different organizations or political affiliations, they don't want them in that district. I advocate for non-gerrymandered districts in the state. The computer can draw square districts. There may be slightly rectangular, but each congressional district should have only 4 sides. To allow square districts to stack up, there may be a need for a 6-sided district, a notch in the corner to allow squares to fit. If you have more than 8 sides in a district, it's gerrymandered. The maps I have seen have districts with 10, 20, 30 sides. I have drawn maps. It will work. My map is not what I'm asking this commission to adopt. I'm asking that you adopt a process to have square districts or rectangulars as close to square as possible. Justice should be blind. The computer can draw the districts. The process is what is important, not, quote, communities of interest where we fight to have people like us and to keep out people not like us. To those who say you can't have square districts, I remind them county lines are square in shape and do not bend around cities and villages. Voting districts can do the same. My message, don't perpetuate gerrymandering. Create maps with political districts that are square or rectangular, 6 sides at the most. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
I'm not seeing any movement in the room, Madam Chair, for number 2.
Okay, last call for number 2. If not, we will move on to number 3.
Also no movement in the room.
Okay, let's move on to number 4.
Number 4 is approaching.
Thank you.
Hello. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Michael Fields. I live in Tobacco Township in Gladwin County, and that places me in the 4th Congressional District. This district needs to be drawn so that it is a fair number of Democrats and Republicans. Currently, the 4th District is so gerrymandered in favor of Republicans that our congressional representative was willing to have votes, willing to have our votes in the 2020 election nullified by signing on to a lawsuit brought forth by the Texas Attorney General. 2 days ago, he voted against raising the debt limit. This means that he is willing to bankrupt our nations in hopes of building a political advantage for his party. This would stop Social Security checks from being issued as early as October. I am willing to assert that he feels that it doesn't matter because he will not be voted out of office due to the way that the district is currently drawn. I am asking you to apply political filters to, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to apply political filters so that of the data at every step. We need to develop maps that have as little political bias as possible. If you wait until the end to look at the partisan ballot, if you look at the end to see the partisan data, it may be too late and cause you to have to start over again or end up with districts that are as not fairly drawn as they could be. I am hoping that this district is fairly drawn, so either party has a possibility of winning, and the politicians will need to be held accountable by their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Gerais from Gladwin County in the 4th District. First, I want to thank all of you for your work and dedication that you've already given to this project. I was not aware until yesterday of all the hours, travel time, and family sacrifices you have made to participate in this process. That said, I believe the commission has unintentionally moved to the right over the entire state of Michigan, resulting in a political bias. That's because you have not used all the tools you have available to you. We can't have fairness without looking at partisanship at every step in this process. At this stage in the mapping, all political interests should
Chair Zatella, can you hear us now? And
Yes,
Commissioner Curry.
you guys cut out at 1:08 on that commenter's comment. The live stream sort of froze up.
So, ma'am, do you remember hearing? I think there was a repeat. You repeated yourself twice. You said something like you have not done that, or you have not done that. Does that sound correct?
All right, I can start from there. Okay, from what I can see of the maps, this has not been done. I repeat, this has not been done. You can't wait till the final week to bring the political parties into the mapping, which is the most important thing. You cannot ignore partisan data when drawing the maps. It would be like packing the districts. I would urge you to start over. Yeah, like, right, you really want to start over, but you will end up with a much better product. And that is the ultimate goal of having the commission in the first place, and why everybody in Michigan voted to have the commission in the first place. So I thank you very much. Oh, and don't tempt God. Everybody, please get your vaccine so that you can protect yourself and protect everybody else you love. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Thank you for taking your time to do this. I just want to say the whole purpose of redistricting is to make sure there's no bias, to make sure that each district is represented with equal amounts of Democrats and Republicans. By not taking that into consideration as you begin your redistricting maps, you're kind of putting the cart before the horse. You wouldn't put siding on a house and not measure first, because that's the important thing. You need to get numbers, you need to measure, you need to know what's going on. We need to look at the number of Democrats and the number of Republicans before we start drawing lines. Otherwise, you're going to get done. You're going to see that we got 20% more here, 30% there, a difference, and you're going to have to start all over. It's going to be a waste of time. Please take into consideration your number of Democrats and your number of Republicans in each area. When you have an equal number, then start drawing lines, please. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Hello, my name is Risha Crawford and I live in Mount Pleasant. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Democracy in Michigan rests on your shoulders, and I know that weight must feel heavy, though it is of utmost importance. I am in favor of keeping Alma and Mount Pleasant together in a House district. That makes a lot of sense. We share wind turbines. We're both collegiate towns. There's a lot of crossover, both personally and professionally, within these communities, and it makes sense that they would be together in a House district. We know oftentimes that partisan gerrymandering is used as a way for politicians to get away with racial gerrymandering, and partisan gerrymandering is harmful to our democracy. Please take into consideration the prioritization of drawing maps that are reflective of objective party proportionality. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8.
You're welcome to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Dennis Quell and I reside in Midland County. First of all, thank you for your willingness to serve and this opportunity to make this public comment on such a significant issue. In regards to the congressional maps, Midland County should be kept with the rural counties of Gladwin, Isabella, and Gratiot, as well as the city of Midland. Midland County needs to remain whole for appropriate representation. Historically, Midland County has had a strong agricultural presence in this part of the state, thus aligning with rural communities. The Tibbetawasi watershed also combines us with Gladwin, Isabella, and Gratiot. I am an avid kayaker, and the Chippewa, Pine, and the Tibbetawasi are all interconnected and to come together at the Tridge in Midland. It would appear that the commissioners may have misunderstood the connection that Midland, Gratiot, and Isabella County have in this matter. All of these counties are in the same boat as a result of the catastrophic flood in 2020 that hit national news. If these counties are separated on the district map, the continuous action that is in the process for recovery for everyone will have a high likelihood of being fragmented. The Great Lakes Task Force involves all of these counties, thus better representation if all these counties are together, so specifically all of Midland County remain in this entirety. Interestingly enough, in the 2000 census, Midland lost its Tri-City designation due to the population shift. This provides further reasoning on why the city of Midland and Midland County are more aligned with rural communities westward, as I previously stated. I also presented in the meeting in the May of this year. I've worked in medical center in Midland for over 40 years. We have shared a community of interest in the sharing of patients in all of these years. In summary, I would like to say, ask that you please keep Midland County whole, not split, and keep us in the rural counties of Midland, Isabella, and Gratiot in this congressional district. This will best serve us and represent us fully. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9.
Please proceed.
Hi, everyone. My name's Nathaniel. I came up here from Waverly to share some of my thoughts about my community and the way it fits into this process with you today. So first of all, thank you all for taking on this task in favor of politically fair representation for our communities across the state. Waverly and DeWitt in particular are part of the greater Lansing region and should be represented as such in the state house. They have a lot more in common with East Lansing than with the rural areas to the north of us. In DeWitt in particular, there's a downtown with bars and breweries thanks to the growing population. And there's also a significant economic connection with nearby MSU, as well as people commuting from DeWitt and Waverly to work in Lansing. Oh, and I'd also like to say that in the recently published draft of the state Senate map, I did like the way that the Lansing area was sort of split in half. I think that would do a lot of good to create more competitive races in those two districts, as well as not going too far to overly divide the Lansing area. So once again, thank you so much for your time and for taking our communities into consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 10.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Sierra Lowe. I grew up here in Mount Pleasant and graduated from CMU. Thanks for the chance to speak today and for the work you're all doing. I was a big supporter of Proposal 2 in 2018, and I appreciate that your current drafts are different from the old gerrymander. My comment today is, as you continue to draw maps, you should check partisan fairness each step of the way and not worry about county lines, keeping cities together, or irregular shapes. What is most important is, of course, partisan fairness. While some districts might clearly lean to one party or another, and other districts are more in between, the overall map shouldn't give an advantage to one party or the other. I hope you keep that in mind throughout your process, and thank you again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11.
Hello, my name is Yasha. I'm from Lansing. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And thank you for the work you've been doing. I know it's been difficult to take all these considerations into one scope, but it's very important, and I want to thank you for that. So I wanted to comment in particular about political fairness and partisan fairness. And how I think the Senate map draft you have around Lansing addresses this in a good way. Similar to what the previous commenter suggested, is that the splitting Lansing up into those two separate Senate districts makes a lot of sense. And splitting cities like Lansing was a great way to include communities of interest and make the map more fair. With that in mind, I live in South Lansing, and I think that we deserve to have our own state house seat connected with Delhi Township, and splitting Greater Lansing up into 5 or more districts would help partisan fairness, and will let Southside community have its own voice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
My name is John Dinsey. I'm from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. And I'd like to thank the commission for their dedication and hard work. I know it's not an easy job. I was personally elated when Proposition 2 passed because of my longstanding concern with gerrymandering in Michigan, which was ranked among the worst gerrymandered states in the United States. And having been a resident of Mount Pleasant for over 4 decades, I, as a citizen, lived under gerrymandering from the standpoint of having people in office who were incumbents who didn't really have to be accountable, who didn't have to worry about getting elected, who could ignore communities of interest and really ignore my interests, my values, and my beliefs. And so from my standpoint, I believe that the correction of gerrymandering should be the primary work of the commission, and that the primary goal should be the creating of fair districts so that no district, ideally at least, should be have any less than 45% of partisans of one party, nor more than 55% of partisans of the other party. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13.
Good afternoon. I'd first like to thank you all wholeheartedly for the opportunity today to speak on the deep importance of redistricting in our state of Michigan. My name is Katie Ellison. I'm a junior here at Central Michigan University, majoring in political science. I'm also taking part in a college student redistricting fellowship with the organization Campus Vote Project, an organization that is empowering college students like myself to have a real role in our state's redistricting process. I was born and raised in Midland, Michigan, about 30 minutes east of here. I feel it important to note that the community I do come from, Midland and the Tri-Cities of Saginaw and Bay City, are unfortunately gerrymandered. This results in a great amount of misrepresentation of the people that live there. However, I am here to talk to you today in a sort of cautionary tale. Please do not let this community that we are meeting in here today, the city of Mount Pleasant, our community, but more so the campus of Central Michigan University, have that same unfortunate fate. Our community is currently entirely in the 33rd State Senate District and the 99th State House District. When I first arrived to this community, I truly felt like an integral part just from my first steps. When I drive into town, I pass the pumpkin patch that student organizations host events at in the fall, the one with the goats, and the tiny hill which claims to be the one and only mountain of Mount Pleasant. I pass by local restaurants and small businesses, the ones you'll find students both working at and shopping in. What I'm trying to say is that this community is one wherein you cannot separate any one person from the culture. When Kelly Short Stadium gates open on game days, the greater community always comes out in maroon and gold to fire up. I share this with you not to pander, but to implore you not to split up this community. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Austin and I live in the city of Midland. I have lived in Midland County, both the rural and city, and the thumb for my entire life, and I'm very familiar with both areas and the difference between their rural and suburban settings and needs. I would like to thank you for placing the Tri-Cities together in Senate District Number 1. Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw have been a community of interest far longer than I've been alive, but we have been split due to gerrymandering. I appreciate the commission putting us back together. I also went through and tabulated all of the comments in the portal, online portal pertaining to Midland, and of the 200 together. That's 64%. The support for this is overwhelming. And of those 145, 47 specifically referred to the Tri-Cities and Flint, Genesee County as a congressional district. So I ask that you put the city of Midland together with one congressional district. These 4 cities create the core of mid-Michigan and our suburban and urban areas that should be represented together. I have several maps here by myself and others that demonstrate how that can be done with close to zero political bias. I ask that you take into consideration that rural areas have specific needs and suburban urban areas have specific needs. It is more important to allow them to elect representatives that will represent their needs best than to keep counties whole. The commission is doing a good job of moving closer to the middle and reducing political bias in the maps, but we still have work to do. And I implore you to use the partisan data as you create maps so they have as close to zero political bias as possible. I have a Senate map here that does that as an example. Michigan is a swing state with a split electorate, and our maps should reflect that. It is imperative that the commission create maps that give the people the power to elect the representatives rather than the maps choose the representatives for them. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Hello, my name is Molly Morrissey, and I've been a resident of Midland for 32 years. First, I want to thank you for your work that you've done on this commission. I'm sure it's been difficult, and you've sacrificed your time to serve the people of our state. I would also like to thank you for the most current state Senate map and the fact that you recognize that Midland is a city and a vital part of the Tri-Cities. Now I would like to ask you to continue to view Midland as a city and a vital part of the Mid-Michigan corridor. The current congressional map that you have drawn has removed Midland from the Tri-Cities. I heard that the commission was concerned that Midland would dilute the minority vote if left in with Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint, but that is actually not the case at all. Although Midland is predominantly white, compared to Aranac, Tuscola, and even Bay City, Midland has a slightly more diverse population according to the 2020 census data. I also know you have had many comments that Midland is a rural community, but we are far from it. We are a manufacturing community, just like the rest of the cities in the Mid-Michigan corridor. Midland County is a rural community, but the city of Midland is not. But my biggest request of you today is to do exactly what the commission was established for, to create fair maps where the total state political bias is as close to zero as possible. I noticed that there's a new feature at the, on the mapping website added yesterday, and that the VRA data is right at the bottom of the screen. I would ask that you put partisan data right at your disposal when making the maps from here on out. I know there are many tools that you could use to evaluate the partisan data, and it is the main reason the people of our state voted to create this commission, to create fair and equal maps. So I'm requesting that you add the partisan data right now, not at the end. The sooner you get this data in front of you, the sooner you'll be able to accomplish fair maps. And thanks again for your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe I'm on number 16.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Parmalee. I'm from Midland. I've lived there since 1977, so I feel like I have a good feel for not only Midland, but this eastern part of the state of Michigan. I'm in favor of a U.S. congressional district that includes the cities of Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint. All 4 have a strong industrial economic base from the auto industry, GM, Nextier, others in Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint, and the chemical industry in Midland from Dow Chemical, DuPont, Corteva, Trinseo. None of these 4 cities is a rural-based community. The Michigan Independent Redistricting Commission has an opportunity to eliminate the gerrymandered districts created by the Michigan legislature in the past. The 4 cities of Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint not only create a community of interest, but together would help create a fair district with the objective of accomplishing as close to zero political bias as possible. I would hope that the commission is and will look at partisan data throughout the redistricting process for the congressional reps, the state senate, and state rep districts, so that maps are drawn with the least political bias. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Lycum, and I reside in Midland County, and I've lived there for over 20 years. First, I want to thank you for holding this hearing in our region. Isabella County and Midland County have a long history of shared interests, and it's very much appreciated that you made this hearing in our region. For congressional maps, Midland County should be kept whole, and the entire Midland County should remain with the following rural counties: Gladwin, Isabella, and Gratiot. And here's why. One, traditionally, Midland County has always been in a westward-facing congressional district, and that makes sense because of the strong agricultural presence in this part of the state. You may also be interested, number two, you may also be interested to know that in the 2000 census, Midland lost the Tri-Cities designation due to a population shift, and therefore the city of Midland should not be carved out and lumped in with Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint. The city of Midland has more in common with westward-facing rural counties. And number three, the Tittabawassee watershed convergence that these counties shares is another reason. The Tittabawassee River starts in Gladwin County, and it runs through Midland County. The Chippewa River runs through Isabella County, and it's a tributary of the Tittabawassee River. These rivers meet in the city of Midland. Gratiot County, the Pine River runs through Gratiot County and continues through Midland County, where it flows into the Chippewa River. These rivers come together in the city of Midland downtown at the Tridge. When it floods, all of these counties and communities have a need for common representation, including the city of Midland. It sounded like the commissioners had a misunderstanding on the 2020 flooding. The city of Midland had major flooding, along with flooding in Sanford and in Gladwin County. That's why it's so important that Midland County remain in its entirety, and Gladwin County needs to remain in the same district to ensure continuity and a united effort in our recovery. Thank you very much, and thanks again for coming to this. This logic also applies to the Senate map.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our in-person public commentary. So we will now move to our remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on a phone, the voice will say that a host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Anthony Scannell.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all your hard work. I think, this exercise in fairness could be the perfect antidote to that annual corporate welfare tax scam capture event that's going up on Mackinac right now. And so my next comment is about the public meeting notices. I think there's still a discrepancy in my opinion as to the signing up for public comment. When you do the survey form, the notices don't say that in-person commenters must even fill out that survey, but then when you click it, it says in-person or Zoom. So I just think the language should be cleaned up in the meeting notice that both in-person and remote are to use that survey link if that's the case. And okay, then my next comments onto the maps, specifically congressional. And to me, it really comes down to the question of starting with how many ways are you going to split, Detroit or Metro Detroit in the congressional. And if what Mr. Adelson or whomever said the other day that 35% of a minority represented population, if that constitutes, a VRA / candidate of choice, ability, then I drew a congressional map that was able to get 3 VRA districts out of out of the Detroit, an east, a northwest, and a southwest that all include their nearby suburbs. But that's if 35% counts. Yeah, I was able to get 3. And so then my next comment is, all these people saying keep my community whole, one county getting kept whole means another one's going to get split. So yeah, I think these need to be compact, but no, I don't think the number of sides of a district is relevant. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Michael Van Weeren.
And so then
Done on this commission.
17.
Us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for your time. All the proposed congressional district mapping changes break up Ottawa County into 3 separate parts. That said, it seems to me that none of the proposed changes can meet the commission's own standards, which are neither the community of interest standard nor the compactness standard. It's critical to note that Ottawa is the fastest growing county in the state. So why tinker with success? Dividing Ottawa will only serve to dilute the voice of family farms, small businesses, and the proud Dutch and Hispanic families that call the Lakeshore their home. As an example of not meeting the standards set forth, one of the proposed changes has Ottawa County citizens voting with those all the way up to Mackinac. Can someone please explain how this would meet the community of interest standard or the compactness standard? Georgetown Township shares a cultural, historical, and economic tie to Ottawa County. These are farming families and they associate with Ottawa far more than Grand Rapids. The citizens of Hudsonville and Jamestown purposely chose to live in those communities because they value the opportunity provided in Ottawa County, not because they are Grand Rapids commuters. And finally, Holland and Kalamazoo are not the same community of interest and never have been. As an anecdote, this might seem a little strange, but it's applicable. None of the public or private schools in Ottawa share the same athletic conference with those schools in the Grand Rapids or Kalamazoo areas. And why is that? It's because our histories are separate, our communities are separate, and I'm asking you to keep our congressional voice districts separate from theirs. Keep our voice together in Ottawa. In looking at the comments in the meetings, it's yet to be clearly communicated, the logic or rationale for breaking up Ottawa County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Michael Colucci.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Colucci. I'm a resident of Saginaw Township, the Tri-Cities, and the Great Lakes Bay region of Michigan. I was a supporter of Proposal 2 and a volunteer for voters, not politicians. I would like to start by thanking the commission members for your efforts to hold to the principles of Proposal 2, especially keeping communities of interest together. In particular, I would like to thank you for putting Midland, Saginaw, and Bay City together in the draft state Senate districts. I'm a nearly 40-year resident of the Tri-Cities. For most of those years, I have lived in Saginaw Township and worked in either Midland or Bay City. For many years, this region works together better when we work together. MBS Airport, the water supply, Delta College, Saginaw Valley State University are all regional assets that resulted from working together as a region. Regional cooperation goes beyond institutions to community activities. I'm a board member of the Tri-City Cyclist, which serves bicyclists in Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland. The Great Lakes Bay Regional Trail connects all three cities with bicycling trails. As a volunteer for First Robotics, all of the teams in those three cities work together to support each other. Having a state senator serving the Tri-Cities is another way to build regional cooperation and provide a strong voice in Lansing for the Tri-Cities. Keeping the Tri-Cities together also applies to Michigan's congressional district. I happen to live essentially on the border between Representative Molinar's and Representative Kildee's current districts. As a local school board member, having this border run right through our community makes it difficult for us to adequately tell our story to our congressional representatives. From my perspective, as others you've heard from today, linking the Tri-Cities and Flint together in a congressional district makes sense because of our shared industrial heritage and the connecting media markets. Again, I greatly appreciate the complexity of your work and thank you for your efforts to create fair districts for Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next, we will move on to Mr. James Gallant.
Mr. Gallant, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Seems Mr. Gallant is experiencing technical difficulties. If we move on to the next participant, we can return to him.
Okay, so we have Sam Balastri.
Participants number 8 and 9 are not present.
Okay, let's go on to Reem Alawi.
Hello, are you hearing me now?
We can hear you. You're a little quiet, so if you could speak up, that would be helpful.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I just got this in a Zoom on my phone because my phone didn't call in. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And we saw very clearly yesterday you're the parliamentary quagmire that evolved there in the middle of the meeting. And you just breezed on right through it, you know, like it's the coalition that you are. And it's as if you're attempting to implement a secret society. In Robert's Rules of Order, they call it a secret society, rules within rules. So you have, and I'd ask you to publish for the record and for your transparency, your rules, you know, the rules that you didn't vote on. I mean, Commissioner Lang said you voted on them, but I think it's just her perception that what she did constitutes a vote and is binding, but not that you actually voted because it's not in the minutes. That's what I'm trying to say. If you could publish all those sidebar rules, because yesterday we saw that the chair yielded to everybody and you were kind of like on an alternate plane, like nobody, and you didn't even understand. So it's very important how all this stuff works and how we can, and we do have the Senate is looking into the issue about their fiscal agency report and how that it contradicts the House report about this being a revived reiteration of the Constitutional Commission on Legislative Apportionment. Because remember, Mr. Brady told you at the first meeting, you must use Robert's Rules of Order. And then, you know, Secretary Benson just started not doing it right away. And then Commissioner Lett just started not doing it right away. And now nobody ever started at all using it. And it's interesting how a couple of your special rules of procedure are the exact same ones as are in that other for the Commission on Legislative Apportionment. The chair gets to designate a designee if they leave, and a couple of the other ones. They're the exact same ones that are in those rules as if Mr.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. We're now going to move on to Reem.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. I'm
Hi,
sorry,
everyone.
Mrs. Reem. Sorry about that.
No worries. So my name is Reem. I'm a resident of Detroit near the border of Hamtramck in District 4. I was made aware of the commission's efforts to redraw maps. And something that I noticed was that the congressional maps that were drafted don't reflect the community interest in Hamtramck. They split the community into 3 districts. And I don't see that as being efficient. I think it's going to be a problem in the future when this community ultimately has specific needs. And if in order to fulfill those needs, they have to go through 3 different representatives or 3 different districts, which each have their own systems and means of getting things done. For example, I went to school in the Detroit Hamtramck area. And so if me and my friends who all live in the same neighborhood have an issue with the education that we're provided, or it's going to be hard for all 3 of us to have to contact 3 different district offices to inform our representatives of our needs and issues in our district, or specifically in our community of Detroit and Hamtramck. I would ask that the commission considers keeping these communities together, and that they look at the proposal that was submitted by APIA and vote under the submission number 1037, because I feel that it reflects the community of interest the most. And I would appreciate if those maps were taken into consideration. Thank you for the opportunity to make a public.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are now on to Claudia Warren.
Hello, and thank you to all of you on this committee. I fully support this redistricting commission, and from what I've observed, you're working steadily to create more fair and diverse legislative districts, and I thank you for your time and your efforts. Today, I would like to speak to the issue of partisan fairness. I'm a retired public school teacher. I worked in special education for over 25 years, and I've witnessed the transformative power of good teaching in the schools where I worked. So much social and economic good comes from quality public education. Over the past 20 years, public education has been under assault, particularly by the Republican Party, and funded by very wealthy anti-public education donors. And in response to that, I began doing volunteer work for people running for the state house and the state senate and for Congress. But here in mid-Michigan, the current district boundaries are so gerrymandered in favor of Republicans that no matter how intelligent, qualified, and capable any other candidate might be, we always end up with a Republican legislator. And they all walk, talk, and vote the Republican Party line and are unresponsive to other ideas. And so that's why I see districts that are drawn unfavorably or that favor one party over another as very undemocratic. We really desperately need more fair legislative districts.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kathleen?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, yes, I'm Kathleen Carell, and I've resided in Midland for 45 years or so. Excuse me, I'll start my video. Didn't know it was off. Okay. Yeah, I'm commenting today to thank the commission for the work that you're doing. I don't envy you one bit. And also to thank you for the state Senate District 1 map that you've done that includes the Tri-Cities of Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, and Flint. And to ask that our congressional district also include the Tri-Cities and Flint. Excuse me. We are a community of interest. We are mid-Michigan. All you have to do is look at a map of Michigan and look at our area of the state. And you can see that we share this part of the I-75 corridor. We are the Great Lakes Bay region. And even our local news outlets, the cities that they cover are local. We have like 3 local news channels, and they cover Midland, Saginaw, Bay City, and Flint. And that's all in addition to the other points that people have brought up about our shared interests as a community of interest with our corporate employers, our airports, our colleges, our school activities. I graduated from Delta College. My husband graduated from Saginaw Valley. I know people who've graduated from U of M Flint. And I just want to say that I thank you again for this intensive, transparent work that you're doing. Just the fact that this is an independent commission that is doing this work out in the open. You know, I was a volunteer for VMP and Proposal 2 also, and we're taking it out of the back rooms where nobody knew what was going on because districts are being drawn by the legislature. So I'm
Thank you for addressing the commission, Kathleen. Does Siobhan Hall?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Siobhan Hall, and I am a proud resident of Hamtramck. I am also the secretary of the Hamtramck School Board. I am here on behalf of my community, especially my students who come from diverse, unique cultural backgrounds. However, I want to know that most of our students are of Bengali and Yemeni background. We want to make sure that these students and their families are kept together. I can't imagine having students of the same background, living in the same community, coming to the same class, but yet residing in 3 different house districts. Ultimately, their needs are the same. There have been maps submitted that show how to keep our communities together. Please do consider those maps in order to keep the immigrant communities in Hamtramck and Detroit together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Monica Day.
Hello. I spoke with you in May when you came to Jackson, and my comments today are intended to highlight some of the character of Jackson that I think has been lost in the Communities of Interest Clusters report for Michigan. There are 3 clusters where Jackson is featured, but none of them, well, they kind of obscure Jackson, so it's kind of lost. It's instead Hillsdale is connected, rural Calhoun, Jackson, and what's missing is that we are an urban, suburban, and exurban community, and while we may draw people from the southern counties because for shopping and for work, many of us that are here in the city actually travel to Washtenaw County and to Ann Arbor for jobs and for shopping. And so there's nearly half the comments are about the connections between Jackson and Washtenaw County, but that's not reflected in any of the clusters. The other thing is that we have 4 seats that you are drawing districts for, and currently all 4 are really impossible for Democrats to win, as they currently are. And while we have about 40% Democratic voters, you know, all 4 of those seats, we really have no representation at this time. So your draft maps, the congressional one really favors the existing congressperson and is totally uncompetitive for us as Democrats. And then the state Senate, the way it's drawn, is better than what we have, but it's still out.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sam?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. My name is Sam Al-Asri. I'm a chairman of YPAC, the Yemeni American Political Action Committee in Hamtramck in Detroit. I'm proud to be a resident in Hamtramck and also too in Detroit. The community has been paying close attention to this meeting and how maps have been developed. We noticed that the current congressional maps that have been drafted earlier this week do not reflect the neutral our Muslim community in Hamtramck and Detroit. The draft map have split the community into 3 districts, which is particularly speaking does not make sense when it's needed. Our community will be the same, regardless of a district that individual community members fall into. So I'm arguing the commissions to listen to the feedback that many of us have been in keeping our community together. We need a proper representations, and as you know, there is more of the community. So it be a Yemeni community or a Bangladesh community, it's Muslim communities. Hamtramck in Detroit, we always, voting together. We have a lot of hard time, honestly, to get the community to vote and to take them out, especially to educate them for many years. Now, when they started to know the responsibility and how important the vote, it's going to be so difficult when you try to separate them. When you separate them, this means most of the community, they're not going to vote anymore. And there is no voices will be heard. So please take this under consideration and try to keep our community, Muslim community, together the way it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Amador Yabara?
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Amador Ibarra. I'm a lifelong resident of Jackson County. I want to thank you all for your efforts in the redistricting process. I'd like to speak about the proposed draft State Senate District number 29 regarding communities of interest. Excuse me. Specifically, the current draft proposal of State Senate District number 29 includes part of Calhoun County, as well as almost half of Hillsdale County. But those portions of Calhoun and Hillsdale counties consist of rural agricultural communities with interests such as farming regulations and property use guidelines. Jackson County is a more urban community with interests such as municipal public services of sewer and water, as well as housing interests. Adopting this district as proposed would limit the level of representation in those segments of Calhoun and Hillsdale counties, as well as all of Jackson County, by putting communities of citizens with vastly different interests in the same district. Jackson County citizens are working and playing more in Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor area than in Hillsdale or Calhoun counties. Jackson and Washtenaw counties share recreation areas of the Rails to Trails bike path, as well as the connected Waterloo and Pinckney state recreation areas. Nearly 11% of Jackson County residents work in western Washtenaw County or Ann Arbor. Adopting the district as proposed would limit the application of communities of interest by not including Jackson County residents with the communities they share both employment and recreation opportunities. Based on the intent of this redistricting process to prioritize communities of interest when considering redistricting, I am strongly urging this commission to remove Calhoun and Hillsdale counties from State Senate District number 29 and add Western Washtenaw and a portion of Ann Arbor to Jackson County to this district to be more consistent with these communities of interest. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate everything you're doing. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Madam Chair, I believe you are muted. No, we still can't hear you.
Did that work?
Much better, thank you.
I don't know why it does that sometimes, but whatever. Now that the first opportunity for in-person and remote public comment has concluded without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round with 2 minutes to comment. First in line to provide second public comment is Anthony Scannell.
Thank you for the second opportunity, Commission. Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate, every county kept whole potentially means another one gets split. So, you know, everyone wants what they want, but everyone can't get what they want. And another reiteration for congressional maps, if 35% constitutes a candidate of choice minority district, then I was able to get 3 congressional VRAs out of Metro Detroit. I think you should take a look at that. And yeah, please also fix your public meeting notices and if you need to sign up on the link and the language in that. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, needs my opinions. And, you've heard a few times about, the controversies of all the rules of procedure and how they work and how the Secretary Benson did not follow the Roberts rules on when she presided over the meeting. She presided over the meeting, immediately gave public comment to her friend and political ally, Dr. Nancy Wang. And where's Dr. Nancy Wang on all these rules and about this before this reiteration part and this House Fiscal Agency report? Where's voters, not politicians, on all this? Notice, no, they're not making any comments on any of this. They just make it up on the fly, I think. So seek the opinion of your attorneys concerning the House and the Senate Fiscal Agency reports concerning this amendment and because the rules of procedure are very important. Now you got these people, you got Bengali people, you got this other guy coming up, and you're all mixing it all together. If you were following the rules, somebody's going to get screwed. And because you're not following the rules, it's going to be, hey, well, who and why? Well, because there's no order. You have no order here at all. And in the Roberts rules, it talks about where there is no law, there is the least amount of liberty. And so when you're actually drawing a map and you're assigned the floor, you own the map, you own the rules. There is no law there. There is no order. The chair is not in control of the meeting. This is direct contradiction to our way we do it in America. And this is the Polder model. This is the Polder model from Dutch land over there. And this is Commissioner Witch has brought this up. And it's all in the transcripts. If you just read the transcripts, and please publish transcripts. You're about 6 weeks behind on the transcripts. I want to do it, not the minutes. The minutes don't even talk about most of the decisions you make. And that's the Open Meetings Act, says all decisions are required to be in the minutes. And then deliberation hasn't even started yet. So you folks are thinking and can see this in real time. Just remember, if you're following the rules, that's why I'm advocating for everybody. I'm trying to protect everybody here equally. The rules, make a motion, second it, discussion, vote every time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this afternoon. I'd like to mention that all mailed and emailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review our public comment portal that is at www.michigan.gov/MIC-RC on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so, and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts in your communities of interest and your maps. At this point, we are going to return to our unfinished business agenda item, which is continuing to draft the state house districts. I believe the next commissioner in line is Commissioner Eid. And once again, I'm going to ask the Vice Chair, MC Rothhorn, to facilitate discussion since he is present in the room and I am not. Please take it over, MC and Commissioner Eid.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Eid, you have the floor.
Okay, let's bring the map up.
And
Okay, just a minute, I'll bring the map up. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
thank you, General Counsel, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. I say, while Mr. Morgan is pulling up that map, I wanted to highlight again for the benefit of the commission as well as the public, the constitutional criteria regarding partisan fairness, which reads, districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. A disproportionate advantage to a political party shall be determined using accepted measures of partisan fairness. So partisan gerrymandering is when district lines are drawn intentionally to favor or disfavor a political party, a candidate, an incumbent. Measuring partisan fairness using acceptable standards of partisan fairness, those are very distinct legal concepts and statistical concepts that are done on a statewide level. So you can't measure partisan fairness on a district by district level. That would be going towards a criteria focused on competitiveness, which is not included in the Michigan Constitution. So to have a competitiveness criteria being considered, Michigan's Constitution would need to be amended again. So what we do have in front of the commission in the rank criteria is, again, the partisan fairness. So a map without substantial partisan bias would provide both parties similar opportunities to win elections. And I know back in February and throughout the last series of months, we've talked again and again about partisan fairness is measured on a statewide plan. So you need all of the districts drawn, either in the Senate, the House, or the congressional, to be able to run those statistical analyses. There ways of measuring the mean median difference, lopsided margins, proportional representation, declination, efficiency gap. And I would note your expert, Dr. Lisa Handley, her memo on the measures of partisan fairness is posted on the MICRC website. It would be under the August 6th meeting materials tab. And again, the measures that Dr. Handley is proposing for the commission, and we'll hopefully be doing that work for the commission. I know that's later in the agenda, but she would be looking at the mean median, the efficiency gap, and lopsided margins tests. What partisan fairness does is it measures symmetry and responsiveness of a districting plan. So whether votes to seats for a map to be symmetrical, the voter success for both parties translates into the same electoral success. So if you win more votes, you should win more seats. That would be symmetrical. If it's a responsive map, when the electoral outcomes change, again, if you win more votes, then your seats should also increase. Again, competitiveness is not a criteria in Michigan. I cannot state this more simply, more plainly. We have as a criteria that the map shall not provide a disproportionate advantage, not any advantage, a little advantage, make it equal. It's a disproportionate advantage. And those measures, those fairness measures and those statistical tools that Dr. Handley will be using, again, will inform the commission about how the maps that they're drawing score on those scales. And I wanted to also highlight, and I know I have in the past, that we don't have competitiveness in our constitution, but Arizona does. And I was hoping that Bruce could maybe say a few words in his experience working directly with Arizona on what that criteria looks like when it's to assist the commission and the viewing public with that distinction between those two criteria. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bruce, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to restate my agreement with General Counsel on all of her points, and I wanted to discuss very quickly the experience in Arizona. As the General Counsel said, and as you know, in Arizona, the Arizona Constitution specifically uses the words competitive districts. That is something that the State Redistricting Commission can do after they take all the prior criteria into account. One person, one vote, the Voting Rights Act, for example, but the term is in their constitution. It's not in the Michigan Constitution. One of the other differences is Arizona voter registration is by party, whether it's unaffiliated Republican or Democrat or a third party, that you don't have that here. So what we did 10 years ago, it would be relatively easy to judge competitiveness by getting that early metric by doing each district to look at the partisan political registration. That was extremely helpful to the commission, was helpful in their deciding what adjustments to make. But again, they had the difference of competitive districts were in their constitution. So as a final point, I wanted to just pivot back briefly to General Counsel Pastula's comments about disproportionate advantage. Those are the terms in Michigan's constitution, and they're conditioned by the use of partisan fairness metrics as established by the courts, which we've talked about before, and Dr. Hanley has included in her report. So it's disproportionate advantage as determined by these metrics. And that's a difference with Arizona, certainly. And that conditions the first sentence in the sense that it explains how you determine disproportionate advantage. So that's spelled out in mandatory terminology. Excuse me. Well, thank you. I wanted to share the Arizona experience. I wanted to reiterate my agreement with my colleague and explain the distinction between competitive and the language in Michigan's constitution, disproportionate advantage as determined by these metrics. Thank you.
Our education continues. Thank you for helping us understand the difference. And that, yeah, I apologize. I do believe that I have thought it was competitive and proportionate advantage. I thought they were similar. I understand that they are not. And Commissioner Eid, it is your turn to map. And I think Mr. Morgan, you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, you have the floor, Commissioner Eid.
All right, actually, let's go and look at Hamtramck real quick, because I don't believe we split it up. So to be clear, this is the map that is as it was before, and there were some other ideas that Commissioner Zatella looked at and the group looked at, but this map reflects the original.
And Commissioner Eid, I think you're absolutely right. Hamtramck is not split up, and I think it was Bangla Town and the surrounding area that was. I think that the commission, many of the comments today were referring to that surrounding area, and I do believe it. So we do have a between 8, 2, and 10. We have the community.
Okay, so maybe something to look at would be changing this border between 2 and 10, like how we did yesterday, to include that northern precinct that's currently in 8 and the eastern precinct that's currently in 10. Do we want to do that now, or should we focus on finishing the map and maybe come back to that? I do want to point out that it is something we should look at.
Absolutely. It is your turn. I think you have the priority.
Can you zoom out? Let's see where we're at right now. Hamtramck has, what's the population?
The entire municipality is about 28,000.
Can you zoom up to the top of 10?
I might offer that the Asian theme might be helpful to see that.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus on balancing population at the moment. Can we get the population numbers for those precincts and those top 5 precincts? Can you highlight all of that whole square starting from 4209? Yeah.
So do you want me to remove this?
I just
area?
want you to highlight it so we can get a population count for 4209,
Okay, just a moment.
4109 going up, what's included in it currently.
Okay, so again, for whatever reason, my computer does not do that selection. So I'm gonna have to put it into a separate district for a moment to give you the population, and it'll be the same information. I'm just gonna use District 100 for this for just a moment.
Okay, so we're sitting at 2,100 people.
21,000, that's right. So that entire
Let's add one more-
section.
Let's add one more
and,
precinct to it. We're trying to get to about 2,800 people.
20.
We're trying to get to about 2,800 people because that's the amount of people that are in Hamtramck.
28,000.
28,000, yes,
Right,
thank
okay,
you.
Sure. Also, I believe in the discussions previously, there was some discussion that this area did have significant Asian population at the extreme northern end.
Can you turn on that theme?
Yes.
I mean, it says it right there, right? 16.51%.
That's right.
Can you highlight, it doesn't allow you to do that, right? Just highlight the city of Hamtramck to compare.
Well, let me bring the thematic up and then I can click on the thematic value and that will give us something to look at.
Anthony, it occurs to me that we may have the COI map that may allow you to see exactly that as an overlay, if you want, the Bangla town that was submitted as a COI.
Are you talking about the neighborhood map or?
It was the neighborhoods as well, so not just Hamtramck, but the surrounding community that was submitted as a COI.
But now this isn't going to work. So we're going to have to add population to 2 and that's going to change everything. So this might take, considerably more work to look at than what we can do now.
Agreed.
So how about we undo it? We are going to look at it. I think a better use of our meeting time would be to finish this map. Then we can continue taking a look at it later.
Okay, and just for personal information, you had asked about Hamtramck as a whole. It's 31, 32%. And you want me to undo what we did up north in 10?
That's the Asian population?
Voting age, and yes.
Okay,
That's right.
so if we made a change similar to this, where we take off the top of 10 and add in Hamtramck into District 10, it would actually increase the amount of Asian population in it, because you're looking at a difference of 16.3% to 31.64%. But then we would have to add more population to 2, which means going into more districts. So it could probably work. We just need to configure it a little bit more.
Yes, and just to make the sort of the geographic observation, you've basically taken this population off and you would have to potentially circle it back around through there. Yeah.
Yeah, and that might take a little bit of redrawing to do. So we're going to keep it in mind. I think we'll work over the weekend to figure out a way to get it done. So let's undo it. Let's put that 100 back into 10.
Okay, I think that's done.
Can you also add the data layer for what we've already completed, so we don't accidentally go into there?
Okay, we just need to get clarity on what you mean by area that have completed. There are several partial plans. Is there an area you're looking at or interested in?
I believe we had already done the Ann Arbor area, which we wouldn't want to go into now because it borders the Metro Detroit area. So
Okay,
we can get at least that overlay on.
So the Ann Arbor area. Okay,
yeah.
just a moment. Okay, this is one of the configurations. There may have been another one, but I believe this is the most comprehensive one that was completed in the Lansing area.
This is fine. All right, so it looks like we don't have Novi assigned yet, so let's do that.
Okay, so the entire township as a starting point?
What was that?
The entire township of Novi as a starting point for a district?
Yeah, you can select Novi, Wixom, and Walled Lake.
Okay.
And see where that puts us. You know what? I'm going to change my position again because this looks like a pretty, I don't want to use the word basic, but it looks like a pretty easy one to do. Let's move on to an area that might be a little bit more challenging for us as a commission to do while we have our voting rates expert here. So let's go into Pontiac, which is north. It's right there, right on the corner of 25. Okay, so this might present a little bit of a challenge because the concentration of African Americans is quite high. And I believe that was in one of the areas that Dr. Hamley had mentioned in her report. Correct?
Yes, this is, I believe, Northern Oakland County, and Oakland County was in her report.
So if you were just to highlight, because well, let's look at it and figure it out. If we were just to add the Pontiac into a district, where would that put us percentage-wise?
Okay, I'm doing that. And by percentage wise, you mean what variables are you talking about?
Commissioner Orton, I'm sorry, John, but forgive me, I didn't hear what your questions was, but
My question is, when you said you were referring to percentage wise, what variable were you considering?
I was referring to Black VAP.
Okay.
Commissioner Orton, to you.
So Commissioner Eid, I was actually working on this earlier and looked at the city of Pontiac, and it will need several precincts around it. And I looked at the percentages of minority population that were in those voting age minority population. And so I do have some suggestions of which you could include to get the highest or the best
best balance
of what we're going for, I think.
Wonderful. I'm open to suggestions. I think we have 46.69 right now, which isn't too high.
Yes, well, the number here is 46.69, and that's single race, non-Hispanic Black population.
And what would and I'm sorry to interrupt, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, single race, non-Hispanic African-American population, voting age.
And it looks like minority voting age population would be around
the total minority.
72%.
Yeah, it's the inverse of this.
Excuse me, but remember to keep in mind, we don't have data on cohesiveness among Black population, Asian population, Hispanic population. So that's just an FYI. We don't have any data and analysis on that.
Okay, Commissioner Orton, what are some of your suggestions?
So before I do this, the balance that I was able to come up with was for voting age population, 40.16% white, 35.28% voting age population Black. Is that within the range of what we would be looking for?
Commissioner Orton, I wanted to check Dr. Handley's report about Oakland County. And I think with Oakland County, I think that one of the candidates of choice lost actually at 35%. So I would say, and that was one of the bellwether elections, I think, 40% is probably a better starting place.
So using all of the precincts around and comparing them, that was the highest I was able to get. It was 35.28%. But I can share that, but I couldn't get it higher.
Well, let's put up the theme.
Okay, I'll put up the theme, and then also, again, was that the measure of non-Hispanic Black voting age population, which is less inclusive than some other measurements?
I'll check.
Commissioner Yee, just for clarity between you and Cynthia, I'll let you just have it.
So for clarification, Mr. Morgan, I had Pop, I'll wait. So for clarification, Anthony, the numbers that I gave are what's on the active matrix, but the theme that I was using to choose which were the best precincts was actually BL, so pop BL_A.
Okay, and then in this case, I'm currently showing the VAP BL_C, which is the combined, which would be a little more inclusive than the A measurement.
So that might give you a little different result.
So we're at 46% now. We're trying to get it a little lower to about 40%.
Yes, Commissioner Reed, I think that with following Dr. Handler's analysis, 40% is the area that I would look at.
And I'll just offer if there's any communities of interest that we can use when we're doing it, it's helpful.
Well, you know, when we were at the Pontiac public hearing, they expressed wanting, to be together as much as possible. You know, they expressed displeasure of being on the congressional side, being lumped in with Detroit in the past and the current 14th congressional district. And there was an overwhelming message to keep it together as much as possible because it's a city that is growing, a city that is trying to reestablish itself, especially in the confine. And we've said it here, it's an island in Oakland County. I think they'd like to shed that perception. But there are places we could go. Waterford has a ton of similarities with Pontiac. I mean, it leads into Pontiac through M59. And there's also Auburn Hills and Auburn Heights that we could go into as well, which might be able to bring that population down slightly. So I would say maybe take off some of the precincts on either side and then add precincts either to Waterford or Auburn Hills.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
So from my experience, you can keep the entire city of Pontiac together and it will still be difficult to keep that number high enough with what you have to add on the outside. But I don't think there's a need to break any off.
Commissioner Clark.
Oh, we're still under population. I didn't even notice that. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. So at this point, to Commissioner Ortner's point, when you add additional population, you're probably looking to not reduce that number, but increase the number.
Let's go north then. I mean, that makes it way easier.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
Yeah, the only comment I had is if you took Auburn Hills or Auburn Heights, then you're locking in the Bloomfield Hills area. Yeah, and so I would avoid that and go west if I had to, or north.
Commissioner Eden, the floor is yours.
So I'm looking at Commissioner Orton's configuration here, and she has Pontiac with Auburn Hills and the precincts on top to the north of where Pontiac's at. Commissioner Clark, how would you feel about Auburn Hills being included with this district?
I mean, I see both Waterford and Auburn Hills associated more with Pontiac than anything. I'm just afraid of locking in Bloomfield Hills because it's only 4460 if you choose the Auburn route. Waterford would be good, but you'd end up splitting Waterford.
Okay. Well, let's see how this would work.
May I suggest that you try drawing two districts in tandem so that you have the Bloomfield Hills? Sometimes that's been helpful to try to just see where one goes, the other one, and you might have a VRA district or two.
We could try that. So you're saying in between where we have District 22 and this District 23, lock in a placeholder district for now.
Correct. I mean, because I think to Commissioner Clark's point, right, it is important to understand how that district will look. And your district currently will influence that heavily.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me. So let's make a placeholder District 24 for now, or whatever number we want to use, 30. And to that district, let's add in the rest of that area north of District 22. That includes Bloomfield Hills and the rest of Bloomfield Township.
Okay, so this would be the portion of Bloomfield Hills and the remaining part of Bloomfield Township.
Yeah, and for that
And that-
configuration, we would still need about 70,000 more people. So can you zoom out a little bit? So a good thing we could probably do for that one is go into like the southern part of Auburn Hills and even into Rochester Hills, I would think, to make up that population.
Yeah, I'd hate to split Rochester Hills. Because you can take Rochester Hills and Rochester and have a district on itself.
What if you add, so
Chair Zatella?
Yeah, I'm just curious why you wouldn't just combine 29 and 30. Like, what's the thought there, since they're bordering each other, and otherwise you're going to have some kind of odd looking districts. Like, what's the hesitancy to combine them?
I don't have a hesitancy to do that. Let's try that and see where it gets us, if it gets us close to that 40% number.
Okay, so to simplify this, since Pontiac is a whole township, I'm going to fold that into the District 30.
Yeah, I would just say merge 29 and 30
Right.
together.
Yep. Okay, so that's 88,000 people.
So it's a little low on the demographic side for what we need. But what if we take off the
Commissioner Orton may have an answer for you.
Just in case this has any bearing. So this is 34.21% non-Hispanic Black. When I did it using each precinct around that was as high as possible, I only had 35%. So it isn't a lot different.
And did you want to look at the other election information in conjunction with this?
Yeah, let's pull up the past elections and see what Bruce thinks if this configuration could work, even though the percentage number is a little lower, and even though these are just yeah, let's pull it up.
Okay, so on the election data, it's 70% for Biden, 30% for Trump, 69 for Clinton, and 31 for Trump. It's 68 Obama, 32 for Romney. In the US Senate, it's 68 for Peters and 32 for James. Stabenow is 68 and James is 32 in 2018. In 2014, 68 for Peters and 32 for Land. Stabenow is 71, Hoekstra is 29. And then for governor, Whitmer is 69, Schuette is 31, Shower is 57, Snyder is 43. For attorney general, Nessel is 68 and Leonard is 32. Totten is 59.5 and Shudi is 40.5. Secretary of State Benson is 70 and Lang is 30. Dillard is 55.5 and 45.5 for Johnson for Secretary of State. And then the governor primary race, El Said is 29%, 26 for Thanadar, and 44 for Whitmer.
I know that Commissioner Witches has a comment and I
was
yeah.
wondering if we could change the color of 30.
Oh, thank you. And then, yeah, and were you looking to have Bruce like help with the?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty strong to me, but I think we should be cautioned too. This might be another scenario where the primary election results for this House district might tell a different story. But as far as the general, what do you think?
Well, let's look at the primary. Could you put, John, could you put back the 2018 gubernatorial primary, please?
I was speaking of the House primary.
Oh, yeah, but there's something in there that I wanted to point out that I think is very informative.
We've got hues of blues.
That's right. I'm testing the visual acuity.
Testing visual cues with lots of hues of blues.
MC Seuss. Okay, there we go.
So back to the election results, please, John. Bruce, you have the floor.
Oh, yes. Okay. Just that, yes, gubernatorial. What I wanted to point out, there are a couple of interesting things. So Whitmer won, and I think that as Dr. Handley has analyzed, Whitmer's winning in this primary does show racially polarized voting. In the Democratic primary, to your point, Commissioner Reed, about, yeah, I completely agree. Primaries can be, as this one is, very revelatory in the information that it provides. But I also think it's interesting that El Said came in second. We're not always necessarily seeing that. Now, I'm not saying what inferences are drawn from that, but I do think those 2 points are important. That one of the elements that I look for in this election result is the degree of polarized voting in Whitmer prevailing over 2 minority candidates. And I think that El Said's winning, as I said, I'm not suggesting that it has a specific meaning. I think that that's just also interesting to note that this primary election does provide some general information across the districts we've been looking at, not only for RPV in the primary, but the success or non-success of El Said in the Democratic primary. So putting that aside, I agree with you that all the election results look pretty good. Even the bellwether election results look good. My only advisory is that this is below what the Dr. Handley analyzed and recommended. So I think that this is a more appropriate configuration than what we were talking about before. I think the district has been reconfigured in a way that the ability to elect the minority voters has not been, based on the election results, weakened or impaired. So my only advisory is that this is 5% below what Dr. Handley recommended. For the time being, I'm not suggesting that that's dispositive, and that's something I'm sure we will revisit. But that's my one caution in seeing these election results for this current district.
Well, I'm glad it works for now, at least. I do question this, how much Bloomfield Hills and the rest of Bloomfield have in common with Pontiac versus how much Pontiac has in common with Waterford or Auburn Hills. But I think for now, we could probably leave this as is and hear what people have to say about it.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, I just wanted to, since we're switching back from the election field, this is the population of the district as drawn.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. Any comments or, all right, we got a thumbs up from the Secretary of State.
And if I may, just very
Please.
quickly, excuse me, Mr. Chair, the point about communities of interest, and I know there's been discussion about communities of interest and some adjoining communities that share a commonality community with Pontiac. I agree. I think that is a very important consideration, and that going forward, as this is discussed, I certainly recommend looking at like communities as having a commonality with Pontiac according to public comments, your own understanding, and the submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe we are moving on to Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Lang, can you hear us? Okay, she's not here. Sorry, I apologize. We're moving on to Commissioner Lett.
Zoom out, please. I want to. I want to go down to the Westland area, which is immediately west of 1415-7, right in that area. Is there any reason we shouldn't be looking at Inkster, Garden City, Westland, and Wayne, or some configuration of those from the Detroit contingent?
Chair Zatella.
You're gonna have too much population. That would be my first part. But Garden City, Inkster, Wayne, and I would probably grab part of Romulus to balance your population. And then because Westland's so big, you can grab a little bit of Canton to put into Westland. That would make more sense.
My question was just, is there a reason I shouldn't go in there? And the answer is no.
No, it's just too much population for them all.
Oh, I understand that. Thank you. Give me Inkster and Garden City. Come over to square off with blocks to the west of Inkster.
Do you want towards Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. So those are the voting precincts to the west of Inkster, but north of Wayne.
Give me that one south of Inkster.
Okay, now you're up to the Wayne line.
Well, let's take Wayne, take all of it, see what happens.
Okay, so with all of Wayne, it's a little bit over. So at this point, you have Garden City in total, Inkster, Wayne in total, and a portion of Westland.
I would be looking at just personally taking off those 3 precincts that he's looking at on the west side of Westland, or east side of Westland, actually. See what they do. Probably only need the top 2.
Okay, so the top 2 is about exactly the
Yeah.
amount.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, before you took those last 2 off, Steve, you were at 95,000 people or whatever, but previous 2 districts we've drawn, we've been under 3,000. So they kind of offset each other. So maybe we best look at
I'm only 113 difference now.
yeah, now.
The previous 2 districts in another part of the state or
Yeah.
adjacent to these?
So I don't know if the last 2 you took broke up Garden City.
No.
Oh, it didn't? Okay.
Mm-mm.
That's what I was trying to avoid, breaking up one of the cities. Yeah.
No.
Okay, thanks.
I want to know how many is in the north of Garden City. In other words, is the area that is. Yes,
That's not Garden City.
I understand that. I just want to know what's up there because it will be odd if we don't do something with it.
But it's just it's Westland, just to be clear. That's not Garden City. You haven't broken up Garden City.
Thank you. I understand that, Rebecca.
Okay.
It's about 15,000.
And back down to Wayne was what?
17.
Okay, let's take Wayne off and put that on in. What my percentages will look like. If I need to. Little light. Little light.
And your population for non-Hispanic Black reduced significantly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think.
Put the thematic on.
Okay.
The thematic on for what, please?
African American.
African American.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so looking at the townships in the area, Inkster, which is in the district, is 75.8% African American. Romulus in the other district is 47. Wayne as a whole is 24. All of Westland, sorry, it just disappeared. So there, all of Westland include, the entire township is 22%.
Zoom out a little, please, so I can see all.
Bruce Adelson, do you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's one consideration as well, that in creating districts, making changes, adding precincts and subtracting them, one consideration to be aware of, if you are, and I note and agree with your comment before that the Black population decreased as precincts were being adjusted. But one very important consideration is that if you are able to create a district of a certain demographic that can protect the ability to elect, for example, and you choose not to do that, then that would inform some significant justification. So just keep that in mind, that sometimes when you're adding or subtracting, I've noticed that, I'm not today necessarily, that of course the populations can change dramatically, but if they change in a certain way, then that may require some, as I said, some significant justifications if you're choosing not to go in a certain direction.
Zoom out a little, just a little further. I want there. Thank you. My other thought is to come over, drop down south from the top, where I went up north of Garden City, drop down further, come over and pick up Westland and Wayne. Now that's going to split up Garden City, but it's not going to leave just a little strip at the top. Let's try that, John. You understand what where I'm going with it?
Let's repeat it, please.
Okay. I want to come down to where the Westland 85 420, the yellow line, and I want to remove everything from there up and then come from Inkster over to the blue line.
Okay, so you want to take out all of Garden City, a portion of Garden City? You want to take out this portion?
I want that
Westland?
portion. I want Garden City down to what your line, number 29 was, basically. Blue line.
Okay, so the first step, I'll take this portion of Westland out.
Yes.
Okay, and then this is the boundary of Garden City.
Yes.
All of that out?
Yes. Okay, now go and put in all of Wayne.
Okay, that's 64,000.
Okay, start going north of Wayne, picking up the precincts.
Okay, 79,000, 12,000 under.
Okay, pick up the Westland, well, right there, that one you're, those two actually, that you just had.
Okay, that was just the 2 precincts.
Yeah. Yeah, take that one that you were on, the one that comes down with that indentation. Yes. Didn't it? Zoom out a little, please. See, I'm getting in that same thing. Take the precincts immediately north of 29 on like that lower row. Nope, not that high. Yes.
Okay, this portion of Garden City, do you want this one first?
Yes.
Did you want that one to the north?
Sure.
That'll take you about 500 off the ideal.
Any comments, commissioners?
I like what you did. And I think you've got, yeah, you're around 35%, a little less, 34.5% non-Hispanic Black. But I think that, yeah, helps Inkster as a primarily 74%. I think we saw Black community. I think it's reasonable, but it's still a little bit low. So
Bruce?
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi. Shall we, do you want to look at the election result?
Well, I looked at what yes, I do. And I looked at what happened or in Dr. Hanley's report, and they elected a candidate of choice with 36.81% VAP and a percentage of the vote of 72.9.
Well, I think it's, yes, to your point, Commissioner, that the Wayne County, the percentage of the vote where a Black candidate would win at 35% VAP, yes, that Wayne County performs in that respect at that rate in comparison with Genesee County, for example, the Genesee, Oakland, I'm sorry, did not. So I think to your point, yes, according to Dr. Handley's analysis that in Wayne County, Wayne County can elect candidates of choice at 35% VAP. As I said previously, I always prefer a little leeway to that since these are estimates, but this is a district that is almost right at the the point of Dr. Handler's analysis. I should also, again add that although of course this district is about 50% minority, we don't have data on cohesion among various minority groups. I think one of the things that we've seen in some of the districts today in Wayne County, that may explain certain election results and suggest that there is some level of cohesion. We just don't have the analysis or the data to back that up, excuse me, because we don't necessarily see that in other parts of the state. So based on this configuration, I agree that this does meet Dr. Hanley's floor of 35%. And as I've said, I always prefer a bit of leeway, but this is certainly in above where the district had been before, now is at her threshold, while before it was below.
Well, let's take a look at the voting figures.
So this district here, District 29, which is Inkster, Wayne, and a portion of Westland. In 2020, President Biden is 68, Trump is 32, Clinton 67, Trump 33, Obama 75, Romney 25. For US Senate, Peters 69, James is 31, Stabenow 70, James is 30 in 2018, 2014, 77 for Peters, 23 for Land. In 2012, Stabenow is 80 and Hoekstra is 20. For governor, Whitmer is 72, Schuette is 28. 2014 is Shower 69, Snyder 31. Attorney General Nessel 71, Leonard is 29. Then 68 for Totten and 32 for Schuette. Secretary of State Benson 73, Lang 27, Dillard 66, Johnson 34. And then for the Democratic primary for governor 2018, El Sayed is 25. Senator Dar is 27, and then Whitmer is 48.
Well, I'm pretty happy with that, especially since we have our infamous bellwether Secretary of State going the way that Bruce has always wanted it to go.
Somehow, Commissioner Lett, I knew we were going there. But I agree.
I've been waiting all day.
I know, and I have too. I agree. This district, based on the election results, including the bellwether Secretary of State race, does perform and does appear to provide minority candidates of choice with an ability to elect. It seems that way across the board, that the percentages seem to be 2 or 3 times the victory margin. So I agree. I think that would be my thought. And I think, and again, I wanted to reiterate, because I think it's really important what Commissioner Reed said previously, the primary election results that we don't have here, other than the 2018 gubernatorial, are also important. And the 2018 gubernatorial does show that racially polarized voting that Dr. Handley analyzed and concluded about. But going back, I agree that the elections do add up, and including our favorite one, that they all show candidates of choice prevailing.
I am satisfied with this unless other commissioners have other comments, but it's the district is relatively compact from where I started, and in keeping into consideration, obviously, the population, we're within 415, and it includes not only African Americans, but Asians and Hispanics. So there's a broad range of demographics included. I think it meets all of our requirements, and stick a fork in it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I believe we have 2 comments. First, Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Orton.
John, could I see the total population deviation in the spreadsheet form from the totals?
Sure. I'll try to get that for you, but I'd also point out that you have districts in different areas, so they're not, they're not interacting against each other in some areas.
True. I just want to try and get.
And before you do that, it looks like Commissioner Orton may have something.
Well, before we move to something else, I have a question for Mr. Adelson, I believe, regarding what he was talking about with Commissioner Lett. Is that okay? And then we can move to that. So Mr. Adelson, so you acknowledge that we don't have the information needed to analyze, I think you called it minority group cohesion.
Yes.
Will we at some point, is that information we will have, or we will just not be able to analyze that?
Well, that is a very important part of the overall analysis. So, of course, I don't have any, I unfortunately, I can't inform you about whether you have it, when you're getting it. I certainly do agree with you that it is important to have primary results. And let me just, if I could just talk a little bit about why. As Commissioner Eid was saying earlier, often in areas where there is a propensity to elect minority candidates of choice, the elections are often decided in the primary rather than the general. So having primary results to not compare with, but to supplement general results is really important. In my experience, that's certainly something that I've always been able to look at. We had a lot of primary results in Arizona, for example. So I think that it is important to have. But I really appreciate your question. I think that point that Commissioner Eid was talking about earlier, to see how they supplement general election results so the commission has as much information as possible to make these determinations. Does that answer your question?
It answers part of my question.
Yeah.
So can anyone answer the other part of the question of, will we get that information in order to be able to use it in our analysis at some point, and when?
And Commissioner Orton, will you name the information? Is it the primary election results? Is that what you're asking for?
Can Mr. Adelson guide?
Yes, Democratic primary election results similar to what we have now, and we got this week, for the 2018 Democratic gubernatorial primary. So it's Democratic primary results.
And that would help us identify if there's minority group cohesion.
Well, well, just as it showed in a couple of districts in Detroit earlier in the week, it did give us our first bit of data on the Arab American community. Excuse me. And while it may provide information about minority group cohesion, it also will show different supplementary results than show in a general election. So that while, for example, let's say in the 2018 race for Secretary of State, if the minority candidate of choice in the general election, who is white, prevailed 2, 3, 4 times, that's very important. But let's presume that that candidate did not prevail in certain communities where there are larger minority populations. That may indicate racially polarized voting. It may show that percentages there need to be adjusted. While you're right, it may show cohesion. And I know that that's something that you're discussing later in your agenda today, but having information about group cohesion is important. Having Democratic primary election data is also important. Best practice. I've done that in my career, in my experience working with statewide commissions and local commissions. It is very important.
Thanks for that. So I want to summarize, or not summarize, but I want to acknowledge that we do have 2 things working at the moment, right? Commissioner Witches has requested that aggregate data. So we'll get to that right after we try to acknowledge Commissioner Orton's request. Is there anyone else in the room who can speak to it? What is it, the 2018 Democratic?
Well, Mr. Chair, we have the 2018 gubernatorial primary elections, but that's just one election. There are a lot of other primary elections.
And so can you help us identify what should we be asking for? Maybe as I think trying to be as specific as
Sure.
possible.
Well, as a starting point, we have general election results, I think, going back to 2012. So with the exception of the 2018 governor primary, I'm not aware of any other primary election results. So that's one place to start. If you have a general election result for 2012, then why not a primary election result for
Okay.
2012?
Very good. Thank you. Excellent. I believe we are back to Commissioner Witches's request.
Okay, so to that request, of the districts, it looks like there are about 30 districts that have been drawn so far. And I put the deviation in of each district, and I just put a color theme on negative versus positive. But it's not being displayed. Okay.
Mr. Morgan,
Yeah, I can shift that just a second.
can you screen share those results so our members of the public can see it as well? Thank you.
Okay, so again, to Commissioner Witches's concern, there's about 30 districts that have been drawn to this point in this partial plan. And then it looks like about 6 of them are negative, sorry, let me get this right. 5 of them are within outside 2% negative deviation. So these 5 districts, and then these districts are negative deviation at 2% to 0. And then these 5 districts are within 2% on the positive side. These 3 are 2 to 4%, and this single district is 4% over. And then the total is, if you add up all the deviations, it's 10,000 under, which represents 11% of an ideal district.
Excellent. All right. It is about 3:20. If I'm not mistaken, we wanted to try at this point, I think, to end mapping and
Yes,
shift
we
to our
were-
next. Oh, and
Yep, we
Chair
were gonna
Mazatella.
end mapping at 3:20 and move on to new business item revised appendix C for election data services contract.
Chair Zatella, may I interrupt? I'm sorry.
Yep, go
Our
ahead.
Secretary of State has her hand.
Hi, yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask one question to Commissioner Lett regarding District 29. For the communities Westland, Wayne, and Inkster, just wanted to ask, are there any additional COIs that you or your fellow commissioners considered when drawing this district? Thank you.
I did not have any. If other commissioners have input, please do so.
All right, so let's move on to election data services. So Julianne, are you presenting this?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So what the commission has before, I queued up earlier this week on Monday, I believe, an Appendix C that dealt with or offered, proposed for the commission's consideration, expanding Dr. Handley's scope of services for her work to include 2 items. First would be the partisan fairness measures, again, to determine whether there's disproportionate advantage so those partisan fairness measures, as well as, and this goes to what Commissioner Orton was just raising, the additional analysis so that to study voting patterns by race and ethnicity to determine whether there is any potential disenfranchisement of protected populations. Again, this gets towards those to see the cohesiveness of voting. And what's critical about that analysis that I wanted to highlight for the commission in the event I didn't do so on Monday. Again, Monday was just a I wanted to raise it so that the commission would be thinking about it. But what the voting pattern data will do is it will support the MICRC's work, whether it demonstrates cohesiveness or whether it does not demonstrate cohesiveness. That data will be very useful to the commission, regardless of what the analysis shows, that the benefit to the commission in getting that voting pattern research. And I know Mr. Adelson, and we just had a conversation about some of the data that would be helpful, again, to move that analysis forward. And I wasn't sure, Sue Ann, did Executive Director Hammersmith, did you want to speak about the EDS piece? Or, okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to keep going or if you wanted to.
Well, you may certainly keep going. On the EDS side, they have done a substantial amount of work in developing, changing actually the software and the database. So your latest version reflected the needs of this commission. So Citygate has certainly bent over backwards for this commission to give you everything that they can to assure your success. They also are in the process of needing faster cloud uploads for the data sets that they have produced. And that is an additional expense that they are incurring. So that's why this has been added to this appendix. These are additional services being provided that were not in the original contract when it was granted to EDS.
There are no other,
I'll jump
there are
back.
no other hands in the room, Chair Satella.
I'll jump back. I'll jump back in if that's okay with the executive director. So for Lisa's for Dr. Handley's proposed expanded work in regard to partisan fairness and analysis of voting patterns, it will require additional data. It will require additional disaggregation of the election data similar to what EDS undertook for the racial block voting analysis that she performed. So the contract, the proposed Appendix C before the commission has three component parts. The first is Dr. Handley's, which is requested a $50,000 contract increase for the EDS portion of the work that would be required to support and advance Dr. Handley's work in those two manners. That would be an additional $40,000 worth of work, and the work that Executive Director Hammersmith was just speaking about, that the additional needs for this work moving forward and for the commission's work. I should note that the Citygate GIS amount of $100,000 is for the work moving forward, the additional postings, the additional server space. It adds a lot of additional items that the commission would need in that regard. And so that would take the total contract value, which would be the original contract amount of $989,000 with those three component pieces, again, $50,000, $40,000, and $100,000, up to $1,179,000. That would be the amendment that's offered for, again, this expanded work. And the Appendix C clearly sets forth what EDS will be doing relative to that, as well as Citygate GIS. There will be additional software modifications to be done for the partisan fairness work. And that this is, I wanted to highlight that this is not only the servers, but it's also that coding and the software modifications that to move the work forward. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I can answer any questions.
Chair Zatella, Commissioner Lett has a hand.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, Vice Chair, if you could facilitate discussion.
Will do. Commissioner Lett.
As I would move the adoption and approval of Appendix C as permitted, and if I have a second, I'd speak to it.
Commissioner Eid has seconded.
I've reviewed Appendix C and it appears to be appropriate. The amounts appear to be appropriate. Certainly, they're doing things that we have asked for in the past and today to help us accomplish it. So I think it's fully appropriate that we cannot expect them to do it for free, and this appears to be appropriate extension of the contract. Would move its acceptance.
All right, is there any other debate or discussion? MC, just anyone else?
Commissioner Ede.
Would being able to view the partisan fairness measurements in real time be included in part of this? Or was that already included in the previous contract?
Through the Vice Chair.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much. Through the Vice Chair to Commissioner Ede, it is my understanding that there are, so the three identified measures that Dr. Handley intends to utilize are the lopsided margins, mean median, and efficiency gap analysis. So there are currently partisan fairness measures. Again, as I stated earlier, acceptable measures of partisan fairness has distinct meaning and has been interpreted by the courts to have tests that are accepted or those types of things. So it is my understanding at this point that there are partisan fairness measures in the software, but that additional ones will be added, as well as the additional data to support those measures. So that's a key part of it. And I believe when Mr. Brace was with us yesterday, he said, that those measures would be added in the next day or so. So what Dr. Handley will do is give the commission a report and findings on those analyses. Thank you.
Director Hammersmith.
There will have to be a significant amount of calculations added in that database, and that is also part of this work.
Thank you. And I'll just try to summarize. I think Commissioner Lett said it well, but it seems like this is also to help us stay in compliance and do some of the work that we need to sort of help prove that this is how we do it. I do not see any other hands in the room.
Okay, well then let's go ahead and vote. So you have a motion on the table to adopt the draft Appendix C to the EDS contract. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes carry, and the Appendix C is adopted. The motion is adopted. All right, at this point, we do not have any minutes to approve, so we're going to move on to staff reports. I would ask, without objection, our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to provide a report. Hearing no objections, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Just updating until we get all of the maps on. We're still work in progress, and we're due till tomorrow to have all the maps uploaded to the site, and just want you to know that we're still working on that. But once again, the deadline is tomorrow, as confirmed by EDS. And thank you to them for the partnership and our ability to be more user-friendly in providing this information to the media and to the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michigan Department of State, Sarah Reinhardt, do you have any updates for us?
No updates. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, correspondence received to the commission was provided to commissioners in their packets received in advance of this meeting. Do we have any future agenda items to discuss, Executive Director Hammersmith?
There are none at this time.
Okay, so no future agenda items. Are there any announcements? All right, I'm not seeing any announcements. As the items on our agenda have been completed, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second by Commissioner Rothorn.
seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of the motion to adjourn by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. The meeting is adjourned at 3:31 p.m. Thank you, everybody.